Back in 2015, my wife and I, along with our friends Jake and Tabby, had been planning this hike trip for many weeks. We all worked together, and it was rare for us to get a long weekend off at the same time, given that we all have such drastically different jobs. So when the opportunity finally came, we jumped at it, and the plan was to head out early Saturday morning and spend the entire day exploring the wilderness. We'd mapped out a trail that promised stunning views, and we were all eager to disconnect from the world for a while. The drive to the trailhead was peaceful. The sun was just starting to rise, so the entire drive had this very amazing orange color, and we were laughing, swapping stories, and enjoying the early start. But as soon as we arrived at the trailhead, our excitement took a hit. The sky darkened almost instantly, and within minutes, it started to downpour. It was raining so hard that you couldn't even see anything in front of you. We hoped it was just a passing shower and decided to wait it out in the car. We'd already made the drive there. We weren't about to turn around and drive home already. The rain pounded against the roof and the windows fogged up with our breath. It wasn't the start that we'd imagined, but we were determined to make the best of it. And after about 20 minutes, the rain let up, leaving behind a very misty and overcast day. We debated whether that we should continue the hike, but the trail was calling us, and we didn't want to waste any time. So we grabbed our gear and headed out. We didn't get very far before the rain started again, this time even harder. It was like someone had turned on a faucet and we were drenched within seconds. We ran back to the car, laughing and cursing at the same time, trying to shield ourselves from the downpour. But as we reached the car, we saw something that made us all stop in our tracks. Standing next to the SUV was a young woman. She was soaked to the bone, and her clothes clinging to her thin frame were like rags. She looked like she had been through hell, and her hair was matted and her face was covered with seemingly dirt. And at first I thought maybe I was seeing things because of the rain, but no. She was definitely real and standing directly next to my car. Even more creepy was that she appeared to be looking into the windows. Now, without even thinking, I shouted something out like, "Hey, get away from my car!" That was more out of fear than anything else. It was instinctive, and I just felt like I had this rush of adrenaline that was telling me something wasn't quite right. She didn't move, though. She stood there, staring at us with these very hollow eyes. She had that look like a deer gives you in the middle of the woods when they're just sort of standing there like statues. Before I could let out another angry scream, my wife held me back and said to me in a very concerned voice to wait and hold on. She even said that she looked kind of hurt. Now, Jake and Tabby were silent, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to let this stranger into our car, but I couldn't ignore the fact that she might be in serious trouble. And so, against my better judgment, we all piled into the SUV, with a woman sitting behind the front passenger seat and my wife in the middle seat in the back trying to comfort this woman. The car was cramped, the windows fogged up again from the sudden influx of bodies, and you could just feel the tension in the car. It went from a fun hiking trip to now dealing with a strange and potentially hurt woman in the middle of nowhere. The woman didn't say much. In fact, she didn't say anything at all, and she just sat there, shivering and staring straight ahead. My wife thought that she looked like she was maybe in shock, and she started to assume the worst. The woman had makeup running all down her cheeks, and was impossible to tell if that was from the rain or crying, and we tried to ask her where she was from and what had happened to her, but she didn't respond. I kept glancing at her in the rearview mirror, trying to read her expressions, but there was nothing there, just this sort of vacant look. The lights were on, but clearly nobody was home. Jake suggested that we should get her to the nearest gas station and call for help, and we all agreed. There was no cell service out here, so that was our best option. I started the car and we headed down this muddy road. The windshield wipers were working overtime to keep the rain at bay. Now, I know it's easy to say this now, but something just still wasn't sitting right with me. I know this was a tense situation, but that's not what bothered me. The way she just sort of appeared out of nowhere, her silence, with the way she didn't seem to be fazed by the cold or the rain, that's what bothered me. It was clear to me that this woman had issues, and it was impossible to tell if she was dangerous or just truly shaken up about something. I could tell my wife and friends were trying to stay calm, but I could feel the discomfort they all felt, especially Tabby. We were about 2 minutes from the gas station when the woman suddenly started to scream. And not just a little scream, but it was a loud, high-pitched, guttural sound that startled me so badly that I started to lose control of the car. She thrashed around in the back seat, hitting the windows and the seats, making it impossible for me to regain control of the vehicle. I tried my best to at least keep the SUV on the road, but the road was slick, and before I knew it, the car veered off the road and into a ditch. The car now having come to a sudden stop, and for a moment, everything was silent except for the pounding of the rain. We were all trying to catch our breath, trying to make sense of what just happened. But then the woman just starts cackling. It was this cold, empty laugh that was kind of bringing us back to reality. She was howling in laughter. I had a minor scrape on my forehead from hitting my head on the steering wheel, but everyone else appeared to be physically okay. And before anyone else could say anything, Jake just shouted at her, "What the hell is wrong with you?" And this woman's insane laughter came to some abrupt end. She pulled out a small blade from the inside of her shirt. It looked like a box cutter from where I was sitting. She put her left elbow into my wife's neck and then held the blade with her right hand to Tabby's neck. She said, "Give me all your money now." It was one of the most unsettling parts about this nightmare that was unfolding. It was that there was no trace of fear in her voice, only a sick sort of satisfaction. And we didn't argue. We just threw down whatever cash or whatever else we had, as we were all too scared to do anything else. My wife started crying. Jake was cursing under his breath, and I was just trying to keep it together for everyone. The woman grabbed the money, opened the car door, and just started sprinting into the rain without looking back. We sat there in silence with only the back seat door open, and after a few seconds I started the car again, and my wife closed the door and we drove the rest of the way to the gas station. We reported this incident, but by then, obviously, this crazy woman was long gone. The police took our statements, but it was clear that they didn't expect to find her. To this day, I have no idea who that woman was or where she came from. I thought maybe she was a meth addict or something, and I remember for a while after that I was looking up crimes in the area, but I never found anything that even remotely fit that description. All I know is that we were lucky to get out of that situation alive. This was one of the worst experiences of my life, and even though I was happy to get out physically unharmed, I still think about it, and it makes me sick knowing that somewhere out there, that wild woman is most likely terrorizing someone else. My name is Sarah. I'm 24 and I live with my roommate Emma in an apartment in the suburbs of Atlanta. We're both very safety conscious, which is why we've decked out our place with a Ring peephole camera and a digital lock on our door. We thought that we were being smart, proactive really. But none of that prepared us for our neighbor, David. About 3 months ago, the sweet little family across the hall moved out and David moved in. The first time we saw him, we couldn't believe our eyes. He was hauling in boxes upon boxes of anime figurines, Star Wars posters, lightsabers, the works. Emma and I are both very nerdy people ourselves, so a few days after the moving trucks left, we decided to be good neighbors. We put together a welcome to the neighborhood gift basket, some homemade Red Dead Redemption 2 cookies, seasonal candles, and stuff like that. We knocked on his door, smiled, and handed it over. But he just mumbled an awkward thank you and barely made any eye contact, and that was that. We were kind of disappointed, but not everyone is an extrovert, right? And we figured it'd be kind of nice to have a quiet neighbor for once, even if it was a little antisocial. But it didn't take long for things to get weird. At first, it was innocent enough. Annoying, but innocent. David started popping out of his apartment every time he'd heard one of us in the hallway, like he'd been waiting by the door. He'd ask us how we were, or if we had any spare sugar or toilet paper or a screwdriver he could borrow. You name it, he'd think it up and ask for it. Sometimes he'd knock on our door and ask if we watch his apartment for an hour while he ran errands, as in he wanted us to hang out in his apartment until we came back. And we just politely say no, but it didn't seem to register. He'd just nod and shuffle back to his place, only to ask again a few days later. Emma started joking that he was our third roommate, but I could tell that she was pretty creeped out too. Then about a month after he moved in, everything just went off the rails. It was a Saturday night, and we'd been out late partying near the Braves Stadium, and we stumbled home at around 3 a.m., a little drunk but otherwise in control of ourselves, only to freeze when we hit the landing between our apartment and David's. And there he was, sitting cross-legged on the landing like some kind of yogi. As soon as he saw us, his face lit up, and then he stood up before awkwardly asking where we'd been. When we told him, he said that he'd been worried sick and how in the future we needed to tell him if we were going out for the night. We were too stunned to process it at first, and then Emma almost burst out laughing, but despite managing to stifle it, David realized that she was laughing at him. His cheeks went red, and we brushed past him into our apartment. But the next morning, when we checked the Ring footage, neither of us were laughing anymore. After we'd gone inside, David hadn't left. He'd sat back down in the hallway facing our door and stayed there for hours. The timestamp showed him sitting there, either staring at our apartment door or rocking back and forth staring at the floor until nearly 6 in the morning. It was like that scene from Paranormal Activity where he's speeding up the footage but the person is barely moving. It was creepy as hell. We called the cops, but they were useless. They only said that we could contact them if he made a direct threat or tried to get into our apartment. But since it's a shared space, they couldn't do anything about him lurking on the landing outside of our door. We're pretty sure the complex said something to him, though. We logged a complaint with them too, because for the first 5 days, there was radio silence. No knocks, no creepy hallway chats. All his creepy behavior stopped for a while. We started to relax, thinking maybe he'd gotten the hint. But we were so wrong about that. A few weeks after his little ceasefire, right when we figured it was all over, he'd lost it completely. He was out there all the time, sitting outside our door, pacing the hallway, watching us and mumbling creepy stuff under his breath. Emma started leaving for work an hour early just to avoid him, sneaking out like she's escaping a prison. I worked from home, so I was basically trapped. Every time I cracked the door to grab a package or take out the trash, there he was, waiting. He'd yell something like, "Hey, you look nice today," or "Why don't you come hang out with me?" Just innocent-sounding stuff if you were just listening in, but there was an implication. And then whenever no one was within earshot, he'd say stuff like this one time when he told me in so many words, "If you don't come over to my apartment, I'll kill you both while you sleep. Nice and quiet, no one will hear a thing." I was so goddamned angry, but I was so stunned by the sudden upgrade to his threats that I didn't know what to say in reply. I just speed-walked back into our apartment, shut the door and locked it, and then cried until Emma got home from work. It was a total nightmare for the longest time. He started leaving notes, handwritten love letters taped on our door or slipped under the bottom, even stuck to our cars in the parking lot sometimes. They were totally unhinged too. One said, "I want you both to be my wives," and the idea of Emma being my sister wife would have been funny if it wasn't such a tangible and terrifying threat. And another one got graphic, stuff I can't even repeat here, these fantasies that made me want to gag. We noticed that he put up his own Ring doorbell after a while, angled so it was clearly watching our door. Every time we'd leave and come back, there was a new note waiting, and we realized that he'd only installed the cameras so he could figure out when we were gone. "Missed you today," one note said, but the worst was, "You're so beautiful when you sleep." Our bedroom windows faced the back of the building, and we were on the 3rd floor. We figured no way he could see in, but then one night, I woke up at 2 a.m. to a faint scratching sound. I crept to the window, scared out of my mind, and peeked through the blinds, and I swear I saw a shadow move, like some dark figure on the edges of the streetlight below. And I told myself it was just a trick of the light, but I was so scared that I barely slept that night. We called the police again about David's threats, but since the only thing we had in writing were his quote-unquote nice notes, they said their hands were tied. The best they could do was advise us to get a restraining order, like that's some magic fix that you can get overnight. Even if we did, how long would that take, and what was he going to do in the meantime? In the end, we broke our lease to just get the hell out of there and secure our own safety. It cost us a ton of money, and that hurt in its own way, but after literally one night apiece in this Airbnb we rented as like an interim apartment, it started to feel like a loss worth swallowing. We got a new place together in some place the neighbors weren't psychos, and lived happily ever after until Emma moved out to go live with her boyfriend, now husband. We're still good friends, but we've never forgotten living next to David, and I don't think we ever will. Not that long ago, I was out there in the world trying my hand at the whole online dating thing. I never struggled in that department, which I guess is a good thing, but I always liked the idea of connecting with someone on the internet. At the time, I was only meeting girls either at work or at the bar, and I wanted to branch out and see if I was able to meet someone different. I can't remember if I was on Tinder or another one of those dating apps, but the girl I met was named Scarlett. I thought the name was pretty cool, and she was beautiful. With all the catfishing and fake profiles out there, I was convinced that Scarlett had to be fake. I proceeded carefully and made some small talk for a while, and it became clear that this was a real person, and I immediately set up a date. I went right to dinner and drinks because that's just what I know best, but she had other ideas. Since I was trying to get more out of my comfort zone, I was open to just about anything, and she asked if I was familiar with this forest that is near my hometown. The forest is huge and has a trail that actually extends throughout 3 states. At least I think it's 3 states. I agreed to have the first date at the park. I got a fresh haircut and planned a picnic for us at this park and forest, and since summer was now over, this was in the middle of the week and we didn't plan on seeing very many people there. When the day arrived, I picked her up downtown outside of the building where she said she lived. We made the 45-minute drive to the forest, and just as we thought, when we pulled into the lot, there was only one car there. I was excited to basically have the entire place to ourselves, not that people would have made a difference since this place was so huge. And onto the side of the parking lot was a beautiful overview of a scenic area. I held her hand as we continued walking towards the view. And that's when I surprised her with the picnic. She was excited and seemed genuinely happy. It was nothing extravagant, just some sandwiches and chips, and we ate, sat on the blanket that I brought, and just talked for a while. It was nice to have a date that wasn't at a bar or somewhere loud, and we finally packed everything up, and I asked if she wanted to explore some of the trails. She smiled, looked around, and then said, "Actually, I have a better idea, but you can't judge me." I was intrigued and played along with her. She looked down and in a sort of shy and almost tentative voice, she said, "Let's play hide and seek." It was a weird suggestion, and I was not expecting that to come out when she said she had an idea. She started to hit my arm in a playful way and said, "Come on, it'll be fun. Just you and I out here in the woods, hiding." Now, as I write this, I realized how weird this sounds, but at the moment, the way she was talking, it kind of seemed fun and playful, and I can honestly say I wasn't really thinking with my head, if that makes sense. I agreed to play, and she got even more excited. She told me to hide first and that she would count to 30. I didn't want to run deep into the woods, especially because I had no idea where I was going. We were sitting maybe 40 feet away from one of the trails, so I decided to hide behind a tree right on the side of the trailhead. It wasn't a good spot, but I thought that we were doing some cute game of hide and seek, so I didn't try very hard. I heard her say 30, and she started making her way towards me. She saw me right away. She started yelling at me in a playful way, of course, and she begged me to take it seriously and hide somewhere good. She could see that I was skeptical. She decided to implement a rule that if she couldn't find me in 20 minutes, we would head back to the trailhead, and I was reluctant, but I agreed. I ran into the woods and tried to find a spot to hide. Now, this is going to sound weird, but there weren't a ton of spots to hide unless you went off the path, which I didn't want to do. I was jogging deeper into the woods, and I found some thicker trees that I thought could serve as some decent cover. I positioned myself behind the trees and started my timer on my phone. While I was leaning against the tree, I felt something cold touch the back of my neck. I didn't have a chance to react before I heard some low voice say, "Empty your pockets. Slowly put your wallet, keys, and phone on the ground in front of you. Don't look back, and don't try anything heroic, unless you want me to use this cold steel I got placed in the back of your neck." And I did what he said. I could feel him reach in front of me and grab the stuff, but I had my eyes closed. Whatever he had on my neck, he pushed in harder and said, "Now I want you to count to 1,000 before you move again. If you don't, your night is going to get a lot worse." I could hear him stepping away. I didn't care, though. I still counted all the way to 1,000 out of complete fear. And when I hit 1,000 seconds, I turned around and sprinted out of the forest. I couldn't find Scarlett anywhere, and I started to fear the worst. Even though he stole my keys, he didn't steal my car, which I thought was a victory, even though I couldn't drive it without the key. And I remembered not far from the parking lot was a gas station. I decided to run all the way to the gas station and have them call the police. I gave the cops all the information, and I told them that I feared something may have happened to Scarlett. After that investigation, it was like she just disappeared from the earth. Her dating profile had been deleted, and nobody ever reported seeing her. The police thought that she may have been involved with the person who robbed me, since nobody with the name of Scarlett was ever reported missing by anybody except me. You ever think something like this can happen to you? I just hope that she's okay. But knowing that she's involved, I just also hope that she never hurts anyone else again. My name is Ellie, and I'm 24 from Topeka, Kansas. I want to tell you about the single worst thing that's ever happened to me. I've been a fan of your channel for a long time, and I'd always hoped that nothing worth writing to you about would ever actually happen to me, but it seems my luck has finally run out. But I don't want to just share my story with you. I actually need your help, and by the end of my story, I think you'll understand why. It all started around 18 months ago, which right now feels like a whole entire lifetime ago. I first encountered him, or at least I think I first encountered him, at the diner where I used to work. I was a waitress, the kind who smiles at everyone, even the weirdos. And while he was one of those quiet types, tall, thin, with greasy black hair that hung over his eyes, all mumbles and no eye contact. At least at first, anyway. I remember he wore a gray hoodie most days, stained at the sleeves like he hadn't washed it in quite a while, and then he'd sit in the corner booth for hours on end, just kind of nursing some black coffee, but it was only ever a black coffee. And I didn't think much of him at first. People come and people go, but this particular guy just sort of kept staring at me. Not in a flirty sort of notice me way either. His eyes were cold, like he was studying me or maybe even sizing me up. Then came the night that I caught him watching me through the window as I locked up, and I told myself that it was nothing, just some weirdo lonely guy who thought that I was pretty and hadn't been taught that it was rude to stare. But it wasn't long before things started to get really creepy. About a week later, I found a note slipped under my front door. It was sort of scrawled on a torn piece of notebook paper, and it said, "You look pretty in blue today." My work uniform wasn't blue, not at all. But what had actually been blue were the underwear that I'd been wearing that day. And in that moment, my stomach dropped. I lived alone. No one was supposed to know what I was wearing underneath, and my uniform didn't show anything off either. I checked the locks, the windows, and everything seemed fine. I threw the note away and told myself that it was nothing, maybe a prank, possibly by some local kids, I guess. And I tried to reassure myself with stuff like that, but it didn't work, and I started sleeping with a kitchen knife under my pillow. And things got way, way worse over the weeks that followed. I started seeing the guy everywhere. Not up close, just glimpses here and there at a distance. A shadow across the street when I walked home. A figure standing under the streetlight outside my house at night, but I really never knew. I didn't always see his face, but it really felt like it was him. Once, I swore that I saw him in the grocery store 2 aisles over peeking through the cereal boxes, and I turned to look, and he was already gone. I knew that I was probably being paranoid and that I was imagining things. Overworked, overstressed, no sleep, all that kind of stuff. But the notes kept coming. And it would say stuff like, "I like your hair down. You shouldn't leave your curtains open." And, "I'm closer than you think." Each note, in this childlike handwriting of his, it made my skin crawl a little more each time I got one. And on the advice of a friend, I stopped throwing them away, and instead kept them in a shoebox as proof that something was very, very wrong. I prayed things would get better, that he'd get bored of me, but the situation got even worse as time went by. I'd hear footsteps behind me on my way home from work, but when I turned, no one was there. My trash can started getting knocked over, and once I found a dead bird on my porch. Its little neck had been snapped and its feathers were all over the steps where somebody had apparently been ripping them out. And the notes get even creepier too. "I can hear you breathing at night," or "You can't hide from me." And I almost stopped sleeping altogether. I'd sit up with the lights on, just clutching my knife, waiting for something to happen, and I knew that he was out there, watching and getting closer, and it was only a matter of time before he made his move on me. But in the end, I couldn't take it anymore and told my neighbor, Tom, about it. Now, he's an older guy, Tom. I'm pretty sure he's in his 50s, with a very kind face, big belly, and a loud laugh. And he lived across the street from me, and we'd always wave to each other. One afternoon, I knocked on his door, pretty much shaking at that point, and just spilled my guts about everything that had been happening. The notes, the footprints, that sickening feeling of being hunted. And I told him how scared I was, that the whole thing seemed to be getting worse and worse with each passing day, and that I was scared that the guy stalking me was going to actually end up hurting me. I remember him frowning, putting a hand on my shoulder, and told me that I wasn't alone. "You see anything weird? You call me, okay?" he told me. "Day or night, I'll come running." I nodded, grateful for the offer of help that I don't think I can even put into words. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like I actually had someone on my side. But the stalking didn't stop, and the notes slowly turned into what I perceived to be threats. "I'll cut your pretty throat. No one can save you. I'm coming for you soon," it would say. I stopped going outside unless I had to, and I checked the locks 10 times a night sometimes. And then one night, he made everything fall apart. I was in my kitchen, making tea to calm my nerves, when I saw him. A figure walking up my driveway. Tall, thin, moving very slowly like he didn't care if I actually saw him. And that was like his signature, I guess, how I'd always know that it was him. My heart stopped in my chest. This was it. He was actually here to kill me. Obviously, I finally ran to the phone and dialed 911. I told them that someone's trying to break into my house. My voice was shaky, and I tried to whisper, "Please hurry." The operator told me to stay calm and told me that help was on the way. But all the same, I grabbed my cell phone and called Tom, my neighbor. It rang and rang, but he didn't pick up, And I remember thinking, come on. But I still got nothing. No answer, no voicemail, no nothing. I hung up, and there was panic starting to rise up inside my chest because I knew the cops wouldn't get there in time, and I was completely and totally on my own. I had a gun, a little handgun my dad gave me when I moved out, and I've never used it, but I kept it loaded on my nightstand. I grabbed it, my hand trembling, and crept to the top of the stairs. The house was quiet, but I could feel him out there waiting. I crouched in the dark, gun just pointed at the front door, praying that the cops would show up first. And these minutes dragged by. My palms were sweaty, slipping on the grip of the gun, and then out of nowhere, bam! The door flew open, kicked hard, splintering the frame before a shadow stepped inside very quickly. And in that moment, I didn't think. I just screamed and pulled the trigger. 3 shots, loud and sharp, making my ears ring. This person grunted and fell, sprawled on the floor. I dropped the gun, and I was shaking like I'd never before in my entire life before I stumbled down the stairs. The lights were off, and I could see blood pooling on the hardwood floor, and there was lots of it too. I flipped the switch, feeling this sick kind of relief and knowing that my problems were about to be buried 6 feet deep. But when I flicked that light switch on, my entire world had fell apart. It wasn't the stalker lying there, bleeding out in my hallway. It was my neighbor, Tom. His kind face was pale, his chest torn open from the bullets, and he'd been holding a flashlight, not even a weapon. And I remember sobbing before falling to my knees. I cried out that I was sorry, that I didn't know, and he was just wheezing, blood bubbling at his lips as he struggled to breathe, and then he just went still. I pressed my hands to his chest, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was too late, and he died right there. And when the police arrived minutes later, I was still screaming, covered in Tom's blood, trying to revive him before they pulled me off. Paramedics rushed him to the hospital, but I already knew that there was no saving him. After I explained everything that had happened, the cops put me in handcuffs and took me to their station, and I told them everything. About that stalker, about the notes and the threats. I showed them the shoebox full of all of this evidence and felt totally vindicated in doing so too, because it all made keeping that box of cursed paper finally worth it. I told them that I thought my stalker was at the door, that he'd come to kill me, and that I didn't think Tom had seen my calls, let alone piece together what was happening. They listened and wrote it all down, but then instead of being sympathetic, their face was very cold, like they didn't believe me. They later told me at around 3 a.m. that Tom died on the operating table, and all I could do was sit there in that cold interrogation room, feeling completely numb, and then I cried until I couldn't anymore. The police searched my house, my yard, the whole neighborhood. They looked into the stalker, asked me for his name, description, really anything, and I told them what I knew, that he was tall and thin with greasy hair and a gray hoodie. And they checked the diner's security footage, asking my coworkers about him, but no one but me could remember seeing this guy or really have any inclination as to who he was. They went through the notes, the footprints, the dead bird, but when they came back, they said that the handwriting on the notes matched my handwriting. The footprints matched my own boots. And as for that bird, they said that I could have just done it myself. There's no evidence of anyone else, they told me. Just you. And they sent me to a psychiatrist. She's been a stern woman with glasses, scribbling notes while I talked. I told her that I wasn't crazy, that my stalker was real, and that he'd been after me for months on end. She'd asked about my life, my job, and my family, if I was lonely. I said I was fine, that I was just scared, but she didn't believe me either. And then after days of tests, they decided that I really was crazy. Delusional, they called it, unfit to stand trial. And they said that I made my stalker up, that the stress of living alone and working almost constantly broke me down, shattered my mind, and turned me into what became a killer. They then locked me in some psych ward instead of a jail, a place with white walls, padded doors, and nurses who now look at me like I'm some kind of monster. But I'm not crazy. My stalker was real. I've seen him with my own eyes. I felt him watching me. The notes, the threats, they weren't in my head. They couldn't have been. I didn't kill Tom on purpose. I swear to Jesus Christ in heaven that I thought that he was my stalker come to finally kill me, or worse. I thought killing him meant saving myself. But now he's dead and I'm trapped here, either drugged up or tied down and watched every second. And they won't listen. None of them will ever listen. And they think I'm a liar, a murderer, a lunatic, but I know that you'll believe me. Your audience. You wouldn't have gotten this far if you didn't, right? So please, I'm begging you to believe me, and I'm begging you and everyone who listens to you to help me. Find him. That man in the gray hoodie, because he's still out there. I know it. He's watching, waiting for the next girl whose life he's going to ruin. I'm not insane. I didn't just imagine him, and if you don't help me, he'll keep going, and no one will stop him. Search for those notes, the footprints, anything, and prove that I'm telling the truth. If you can get this to your audience and get me out of here, I will be infinitely grateful. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to be buried in here forever. This happened when I was in the 2nd grade. I felt sick in the morning but wanted to go to school that day. I managed the first period okay, but then I was sent home because I was running a high fever. Luckily, we lived on the same street as the school, so instead of getting my parents out of work to come and pick me up, I just walked home. It was fine to walk home alone for me. I didn't ever worry. It was only a short walk. I let myself in and went straight to my bedroom. I got into bed and fell asleep before I knew it, and I was sleeping soundly, I guess, but then I was awoken by a noise from downstairs. I honestly just thought that it was my mom coming back from her part-time job or from shopping or something, and the school probably called her. Since she woke me up, I figured that I might as well go downstairs to go and see her. I crept down the stairs quietly. I felt like surprising her that day. I likely had a smile on my face as I slowly went downstairs. However, that smile would have soon disappeared when I realized that Mom wasn't down there. Someone else was. It was our neighbor, a guy of about 50 years old, and he lived next door. I stopped and stared at him, and he had a knife in his hand. Seeing me at home, he panicked. And now I'm old enough to know that he didn't expect company. He would have assumed that the house would have been empty, or, I dread to think, my mom would have been home alone. Before I could begin to process what I was seeing and begin to question what was happening, he spoke to me. "Hey, can you keep a secret? No one needs to know that I was here. Okay, pal?" My eyes were glued to the knife in his hand the whole time he was speaking. My brain was now in gear. Remember, I had just woken up and I had a fever, and now I was beginning to put 2 and 2 together. Well, trying as best as I could. I was only a kid when this happened. I stared at that knife and I just thought to myself, I am in danger. I was so scared when the gravity of the situation set in that all I could do was nod yes. He smiled at me when I nodded, and then to my surprise, he turned and left. I ran over to the door and locked it. I guess I must have forgotten to lock it when I got in from school. I wanted to tell my parents, but I thought that my neighbor might kill me if I told them. He had scared me so much with that knife that he had in his hand that there was no way that I could break the promise that I had with him. I had to keep that secret. And so, I didn't say anything to my parents. About a month went by and life was kind of back to normal. I thought about the neighbor often, and I didn't like being home alone after school waiting for my parents to come home, but I was surviving. And one afternoon after school, I heard a knock at the door. I went to the door and it was the old man next door, standing out there. He had a load of sweets and he wanted to give them to me. I was so stupid to open the door while I was home alone after what had happened. I realize now how foolish I was to open the door while I was home alone after what had happened, and I know better now. Reluctantly, I accepted what he offered and quickly closed the door. After that, he would bump into me or come to the house once a month, always bringing candy, and he would smile and say, "Here you go, eat these." At the time, I didn't understand why he kept giving me sweets. In hindsight, I guess it was to bribe me into silence. I can't be certain, but that's what it seems like. I didn't like being rewarded for reasons I didn't understand. It felt wrong and a bit disturbing. Whenever I saw him smiling at me with his candy in his hand, I couldn't help but picture him holding a knife instead. One time he came over with candy while my mom was home. I didn't want to talk to him or make eye contact, so my mom made excuses for me, saying things like, "Oh, he's just shy." She even laughed, finding my shyness endearing, I guess, but she didn't know the secret that I was keeping for him. Months went by, and then I heard the news that our creepy old neighbor had passed away, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. My parents thought that I would be devastated because to them, it seemed like we had some sort of deep connection, but instead, I was celebrating, not mourning. I didn't shed a tear for that man. Life moved on. I grew up, moved away, and started a life on my own. I've always been a little on edge when home alone, but it has gotten easier over the years. Last weekend, I returned to my hometown and was reminded of our neighbor at a neighborhood party with my parents, and someone brought him up, and I listened in. "That old guy loved betting on horse races and playing the slots," someone mentioned. Another person added, "Yeah, I just remember him being an alcoholic. He used to show up at our house uninvited all the time. I had to have strong words with him once to make him leave." And then another chimed in, "Isn't it funny how all the thefts in the neighborhood stopped after he passed away?" And that's when it dawned on me that he was probably there that day to rob us, maybe even more. If my mother had been home alone, something that happened often because she worked part-time, things could have turned out very differently. He must have been bribing me with sweets to keep his secret. He was an alcoholic thief who preyed on our neighborhood. I can still see his face and the knife in his hand. It's a memory that haunts me to this day. I don't like kids. I know that's blunt and to the point, but it's the truth. I've always had bad luck with children. I'm getting a little older now and I need to decide within the next few years if I want kids of my own. I spent the first half of the year trying to spend as much time with my brother and my nephew as possible just to spend some time around children. A few months back, I got an opportunity to babysit one of my coworkers' children. A year ago, I would have turned this down instantly, but because I was trying to be more open-minded about kids, I agreed to watch the child for a few hours. Not to mention I needed the extra money. I was relieved to find out that the child wasn't a baby like my nephew. He was 7 years old and loved playing games. Now this is a fun age, at least for me. We played outside for a while and nothing seemed weird or out of the ordinary. It started to rain, so instead of getting all wet and muddy, we decided to go inside. He started to get a little moody when we went inside. I tried to think of the games that I liked when I was that age, and I thought about hide and seek. That was my favorite game when I was a child, and I even played it with my friends when we were in high school from time to time, and he loved the idea. I was surprised that he never played hide and seek before I even suggested it, and I had to explain the rules to him, and once he understood the game, he couldn't wait. I tried to make the game seem like some type of adventure, just to give it some extra flair. We played a few rounds, and he started to yell at me that I was hiding in spots that were too easy to find. On his next turn to seek, I went up to his bedroom and hid underneath his twin bed. Not the greatest spot, but he is only 7 after all. I heard him shout, "Ready or not, here I come." I could hear him running back and forth downstairs, and I even heard him giggling, and I was just happy that he was having fun. A few seconds later, I happened to turn my head and notice the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. There was some messed up looking lady just standing at the window. I instinctively gasped and covered my mouth. The lady didn't notice me. She was just standing in front of the window, not doing anything at first. Then she leaned over and cupped her hands on the window, trying to look in. I was terrified that she was going to notice me because of the angle of the window, but thankfully she did not. I started to freak out because I didn't want the child to walk into the room and be scared of this random woman. And everything inside of me was telling me to just get up, grab the kid, and leave, but I was paralyzed in that moment. And the nightmare kept getting worse. The woman started to budge at the window. She was clearly trying to open it. I ruled out the possibility of it being someone familiar because she kept doing the classic look over the shoulder like she knew what she was doing and that it was clearly wrong. The woman gave the window a few more hard budges, but the window wasn't moving. She looked both ways and then she was gone. I just about jumped out of my skin because not even 10 seconds later, the little boy jumped onto the floor and shouted, "I found you!" I shrieked so loud that the poor kid jumped. So I didn't know if this woman was still outside, or even worse, still trying to break in. I was trying to think quickly on my feet, and I decided to take the kid for ice cream since we were in the middle of summer. I swiftly ran to the garage, opened the door, and drove as fast and as far as I could away from that place. I didn't see anyone outside as I pulled away, but I didn't look that in-depth to be fair. I know I probably should have just called the cops in that moment, but the kid was having so much fun that I didn't want to traumatize him right there and then. I was terrified, and I wouldn't want the kid to feel even a fraction of that. The thought was still lingering in my mind that it was possible that this woman was related or something to them, but I didn't want to take that chance, especially after the sketchy demeanor of this weirdo. When we got to the ice cream shop, I texted the boy's mother immediately and told her everything that happened. I was looking over my shoulder constantly trying to make sure that we weren't followed. The mother called the police, which made me feel immediately better, and the mother and the cop met us at the ice cream shop. We never told her son what happened and just played it off that the police officer was a friend of his mother's. I stepped away with the officer and gave her a description of the woman. After receiving this description, the mother was horrified that she didn't recognize that woman at all. She went and stayed with her mother for a few weeks, but they have since moved back into that house. They never caught the woman, and as far as she knows, nobody had ever tried to break in again. She bought cameras for the house, and she's actively thinking about moving just because the nightmare of that woman is too much for her to handle. Months later, she still thanks me all the time for handling that situation as well as I did. And as much as she would have liked for me to call the police right away to catch the woman, she appreciated that I was thinking about her son first and foremost. I have nightmares all the time now thinking about that demented face looking through the window. Even though she appreciates what I did, I still feel so much guilt about the situation. I feel like I should have just called the authorities then. What would you have done, though? Would you have called the police? Maybe I should have just confronted the woman. I'm just happy the boy is all right, and I hope that woman never comes back again. So something really creepy happened to me yesterday. I'm still processing it because, God. But a bit of context, I live in Ireland. Pretty peaceful country, recently moved from Galway to Dublin. Moved to North Dublin, which is the rougher part, but it's still not too bad. I live with my family outside the city, could be considered the countryside. The area is pretty rural, it's just houses and farms pretty much with no shops or stations nearby. Mind you, there are a lot of houses around, but we're all distant as we have big gardens. There are no sidewalks and the road is pretty narrow and worn out, and it's rare to see cars, so it's fine to just kind of go on the road. I went on my daily 2K run, which I usually do at around 6 p.m. However, yesterday I had some studying to do and didn't head out until around 9 p.m. when it was quite dark outside. Now let me describe the experience. Imagine on the left there was a house with lights on, and on the right you'd see a field or a farm. Then there was an abandoned building right next to it, followed by an area of trees for about 200 meters or so. This pretty much sums up the entire road. It wasn't completely abandoned, but it was creepy enough to give me chills at night. Anyways, I usually listen to music on my run with the volume all the way up, so I can't really hear anything around me. So as I reached the area with the patch of trees, it was pitch black and the lights didn't work properly. Occasionally they would turn on and then flicker back off. Therefore, I had to use a flashlight to navigate. While a song from West Side Story was blasting in my headphones, I suddenly noticed the lights flickering back on, which was a relief. However, that's when I saw it. A figure standing about 30 meters away, roughly 20 meters from the road amidst the trees. At first, I thought I was just imagining things, but no. The figure was there, completely still, not moving at all. It sent shivers down my spine, so I kept running. I turned down the volume of my music just in case, to be able to hear any movement from the figure in case I needed to make a run for it. I increased my speed and passed by the figure, all while still trying to keep my music low. After I had distanced myself by about 100 meters, I turned up the music and tried to process what had happened. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me because of the darkness. At this point, I was far away, but I knew that I'd have to return home, and I usually walked back the distance I ran, so I'd have to pass that spot again. This time, the lights were flickering, but they mostly stayed on. I tried to keep an eye on the spot where I had seen the figure, but now there was nothing there. Nothingness, and I was still creeped out. I turned off my music and started to run past that spot quickly because I was scared. Suddenly, a man jumped across the street right in front of me, and it looked like the same figure. I came to a halt for a second, shocked, and then he started moving. I turned around and began running as fast as I could. As I did, he started screaming for help, literally screaming at the top of his lungs while running after me. Eventually, I passed the trees and reached the area with the houses. Someone heard me screaming and came out, asking if everything was okay. I stopped running and realized that the guy was now gone. I explained everything to the person who came to help me. At that point, I was extremely creeped out and scared. I still had to get back home though, but my parents weren't there. They had gone to their friend's house, leaving me home alone. I asked the stranger for a lift because I was not going back to that area again. Thankfully, the stranger turned out to be helpful and kindly escorted me home. I locked all the doors and checked everything to make sure that I was safe. Shortly after, my parents arrived, but I didn't tell them anything because I didn't want them to worry. I haven't gone out for a run today because I'm genuinely scared. I'm terrified just thinking about what could have happened if I had been too tired to run and he had caught me. I'll update you guys if anything else happens, although I hope nothing else does. I just got back from a family vacation in Los Cabos, Mexico. We stayed in a beautiful western resort that overlooked the ocean, the kind of place where the sunsets are straight out of a postcard. And my family had a routine. By around 9:30, everyone would head back to their rooms to wind down for the night. My parents' vacations have always been all about relaxation, and my older brother, who was working remotely during the trip, only ever just wanted to chill and get dinner by the end of his working day. But then, being a single guy in his early 20s, the appeal of having the bedtime of a retirement home was, and is, completely lost on me. I wanted to explore the nightlife, have some drinks, and meet new people. And because he had to work, my brother, who was usually my wingman on trips like that, was on his best behavior, so I decided to venture out on my own. There was a bar around the corner from our hotel that looked pretty cool, so on the second night, I ended up walking over there once my family had retired to their rooms. And that's where I befriended some of the locals and met Lance, a guy a few years older than me from San Diego who was in town for a cousin's wedding. Lance seemed like a pretty cool guy, and we were both into college football, so that gave us a lot to talk about right away. After our first night hanging out, we made it a nightly thing. I'd wait until my family went to bed, Then I'd meet up with Lance and whoever else he was with for beers and some other things. Then, on the third night of the trip, Lance invited me to join him and his friends in downtown Los Cabos for some big party they'd been invited to. I had to turn him down because I'd promised my mom and dad that I'd do this thing with them the next morning, and I didn't want to show up looking like a tub of crap. But I did so very reluctantly because the party was supposedly going to be off the chain. And the next morning, I woke up early and did the thing with my parents. We get along well, so it was fun, but there was still the thought in the back of my mind, something like, damn, that party must have been something. But then that night, Lance invited me to a massive mansion his group had rented on Airbnb. It looked like something out of a Pablo Escobar movie, with infinity pools and sleek white decor. But when I got there, he told me something that sent a chill down my spine. "Man, it's probably a good thing that you didn't come out to the party last night," he said. It got pretty scary. He then proceeded to explain what had happened. The night before, one of his buddies was acting drunk and careless and went to take a piss outside some club that they were at because there was a wait for the bathrooms. He's then on his way back inside when a man approached him and offered him a bump of yayo on a key. And without thinking, his buddy snorted it. But that's when the situation took a very dark turn. The man, who appeared friendly at first, suddenly demanded that he buy the entire bag for about $100, and Lance's friend refused, getting aggressive and belligerent, and things escalated quickly. The man started saying how he worked with the cartel, and then started following Lance's group from bar to bar. Lance said that they didn't think too much of it at first, but then the guy started snapping photos of them and making some phone calls. And before long, there were several other men tailing them, and their threats became more and more direct, and at one point, the guy told them in English, "If he doesn't pay, we're going to kidnap him and hang him from a bridge." Then later, as they were walking to another bar, one of the men following lifted his shirt to reveal a 9mm pistol tucked in his waistband. Lance told me that he had no choice but to step in. He approached the men and tried to de-escalate the situation, keeping calm even as they insisted his friend had stolen from them and would pay with his life. Eventually, Lance offered to take them to an ATM and pay $160 out of his own pocket just to end this whole ordeal, and the men handed him an empty bag as if it were some kind of receipt and then disappeared into the night. But it didn't end there. Later that same night, Lance was walking back when a woman came up to him, flirted briefly, and then yanked his $200 chain clean off of his neck after pointing a gun directly in his face. And he was stunned, and said that he just stood there as the girl disappeared into the crowd. And the worst part, his friend and the same guy who started the whole mess refused to take any responsibility. He didn't apologize or even offer to split the $160 Lance had paid to save him. Instead, he had the nerve to blame Lance for getting involved. When Lance finished telling me the story, I was pretty speechless, and it was hard to believe how much he'd gone through in one night, all because he was trying to do the right thing. And I told him straight up that I was relieved that I hadn't made it out that night. Who knows how much worse things could have gotten. And the whole experience was a true wake-up call for me. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you should never accept free drugs from strangers, as it's never free. It always comes with a price, and sometimes that price is your safety, or even your life. This took place back around the fall of 2020, around late October. One night, 3 of my friends, Nate, Charles, and Jordan, and I decided to meet up at a local park at around midnight, just located within my friend Jordan's neighborhood, to have one of our relentless hotboxing smoke sessions. Since this was our senior year of high school, and with the pandemic and political animosity going on at the time, like many other kids, we were basically stuck at home, for the most part attending online classes and barely getting out of our houses since most public places were closed. Because of this, we all ended up smoking weed to kill time and basically have a little bit of fun. So having these hotbox sessions wasn't anything new to us since we've been smoking since August of that same year. I recently stopped smoking altogether due to unrelated issues, but I digress. About an hour after our smoke session, the four of us reluctantly agreed to start driving out of the park and around town for a while, with my friend Jordan being the driver, Nate in the front passenger seat, with Charles and I in the back. Stupid, I know. 20 minutes into our drive, being the intoxicated idiots that we were, having the windows cracked, we decided to put on Dead Space ambience music just for, giggles, as we were making our way out of a residential area and onto a two-way main road that led out into the rural parts of town. To give you an idea of the scenery, we were driving through one of those semi-rural suburban neighborhoods you'd find out in the middle of nowhere. For those of you who live in the rural South or the Midwest, you'll know what I'm talking about. Since it was completely pitch black and we were practically in the middle of nowhere bumping creepy ambient music while approaching a dimly lit intersection, it began to give off an eerie liminal vibe that was kind of fitting for the season. As we approached the intersection, my mind began to green out and race about the unknown beyond the darkness that enshrined our surroundings. It'd be really terrifying if we came across a humanoid like the Wendigo or something, I said to myself. At that point, we had reached the intersection, and since I was looking to my left, I immediately noticed a figure emerging out of the pitch black. As the figure got under the streetlight, I realized that what I was looking at was a woman in pigtails, dressed in a really classy, clean outfit with a tan blouse and high heels. Instinctively, sobering up, I took this as a bad sign for all the stories I've heard and just knew something was wrong, because who the hell would be out at 1 a.m. in a classy outfit out in the middle of nowhere? In a matter of seconds, my worst fear came to life as this woman began to approach the car, and I really didn't want any of us taking any chances with this woman. I started to freak out and told my buddy, "Jordan, there's a woman coming at us. Turn the car now." Our friend Nate noticed a second figure dressed in all black slowly emerge from the rear end of the car, just about 15 feet away by our right side, slowly approaching. This only instilled more fear in all of us about the situation. Charles instantly caught on in what we were seeing as this woman practically began running at us, screaming, "Hey, help me please, stop!" Charles then began aggressively slapping Jordan's shoulder in a panic, shouting at my friend, "Jordan, buddy, turn the car! Jordan, still zooted off the weed, was confused for a split second before he saw that this woman and the woman in black were mere feet from the car. In a panic, he yelled, "Nah, bro," as he peeled the car to the right and in the opposite direction from us, where the woman and the figure, which we can see now as a man, came running from. We all sobered up a bit, being creeped out and confused as to what just happened, but laughed it off because of how intoxicated we all still were. Needless to say, we still questioned why this woman was running at us screaming and what the intentions were from the man dressed in all black behind the car. My morbid curiosity gets the better of me sometimes, and I'd like some theories as to what could have happened to all four of us during that night. It was the weekend before spring break was to end, and I was out with a few friends from school. This was my senior year in high school. Everyone except my friend Keith was in their final year. Keith was a junior. And to be specific, it was Saturday evening at around 15 past midnight. The four of us had piled into Keith's Mustang and went to see a movie earlier in the evening. After the movie ended, we decided to go to the Waffle House for a late-night snack. We ran into a couple of more friends and lost track of time, and before we knew it, it was way past our curfew, including Keith's, who was driving, and we all paid our bills and rushed out to the car, only to find that it had a flat tire. Panic started to take over for a moment, but Kim, Keith's girlfriend, managed to calm us all down, and I was the only member of the group who had ever changed a tire before, so obviously I was chosen to do it this time. I began by asking Keith where his spare was located, and I was rewarded with a very blank stare and a lazy shrug, and it was clear that he was going to be of no help, so I just went in search of it myself. and after countless minutes of digging through a giant pile of clothes and junk, I finally found it. Luckily, the jack and a lug wrench were lying underneath, and once I was able to dig everything out, I rolled the tire over and jacked up the car. Kim was kind enough to sit next to me and light things up with her phone. Keith and our friend Seth just sat on the curb texting people while we did the work, and to be honest, there really wasn't much they could do, but their lack of concern did annoy me a bit, especially Keith's. I shrugged it off and got down to business. The spare did appear to be a little underinflated, but it was going to have to do for now. And the actual operation was going relatively smoothly, but it was looking like we'd be on the road soon until a new problem arrived. Just as I was beginning to hand-tighten the bolts on the spare, a car of college guys pulled up a few spaces over. Normally, this wouldn't have really mattered, but in this case, it probably meant trouble. You see, my friends and I had problems with these guys in the past. 3 of the 4 in the car had jumped and beaten one of our friends at a party the summer before, and Keith and I ran into them a few days later and almost got into a fight with them. A lot of threats were exchanged, but their girlfriends got them to back off, and I knew that wouldn't be the end of things. And now here we were almost a year later, unable to get away or distance ourselves. I quickened my pace as fast as I could, but it was obviously too late, and just seconds passed when I heard a drunken curse coming from a yard or so away. Great, I thought. As if things couldn't be any worse, these morons were drunk as a skunk, and I knew this wasn't going to go well. And rather than react, I just continued my work, and our only hope was to get this done before a fight broke out. Keith and Seth started exchanging words with those guys, and things got heated quickly, and I whispered to Kim under my breath that things were going to be okay, but in truth, I clearly had my doubts. The last lug nut was tightened just as things were popping off. I didn't see the first hit, but I knew something was wrong when the light disappeared. I turned around and saw Keith stumbled back onto the ground. Seth was all alone now and outnumbered 4-1, and without a second thought, I ran towards the attackers, swinging wildly with that lug wrench as I went. In hindsight, it's probably a miracle I didn't seriously injure anyone or kill anyone with it. I know I made contact with at least 2 people, but I'm not sure where, and I continued swinging around like a madman until I heard a voice behind me telling me to stop. It took me a moment to realize that it was Seth. I turned around and saw him waving his hands, and now that I was out of my haze, I could see Keith lowering the jack while Kim helped him. I didn't know where the college guys had gone, and at that point, I didn't care. My single thought was to get away from the situation. Seth and I gathered up all the tools and threw them into the trunk, while Keith and Kim got into the car and started it. We hopped into the car and pretty much squealed out of that parking lot. It's a miracle that the spare held up, and I don't recall checking the nuts one last time before leaving. And now is when I began asking questions. Seth waited patiently until I finished to answer me, and he said that 3 of the 4 were about to jump him, but I went crazy and started swinging that wrench around, and they turned to jump on me, but I hit them all a couple of times and they just turned tail and took off. And to this day, I still don't really remember much of it. I guess it doesn't matter though. We all got away unharmed and we never saw those idiots again. I was worried for a while that the cops were probably going to show up, but thankfully they never did. And hopefully those losers learned their lesson that night. No matter how tough you think you are, a scared nerd with a lug wrench probably is tougher. I don't have a ton of great stories from my time in high school. I'm not ashamed to admit that I wasn't the best student or even really the best human being. I've come a long way since that time in high school. And one story I remember it like it was yesterday, but for all the wrong reasons. My friend's parents were out of town and he invited a group of us over. He had a big house in a nice neighborhood, so any chance we got to go there we took. A bunch of people were there and we were doing some things that high school kids probably shouldn't be doing. And one of the coolest things about this house was that his backyard was against the edge of an apple orchard. For a little backstory, when we were little kids, we would go to the end of the row of trees and eat apples, and we felt like we were so cool. And one day, The guy who owned the orchard caught us and yelled at us like we were trying to burn down his house. We didn't think that it was that serious, but apparently he did. And that was a long time ago, and every time I come back to this house, I always bring that up and remind my friend how much I hated that guy. I don't know what exactly prompted this thought, but while I was staring out the living room window looking at the apple trees, I suggested that we play a game of hide and seek in the apple orchard. It took a little convincing to get everyone on board, but everyone eventually loved the idea. I was down at first just to go along and play the game, and once I got outside in the orchard, though, I was reminded of how much I truly hated that man. My friends and I were running down some of the rows of trees, and I noticed the big barn in the background. I tried to change my mindset, but all I wanted to do was break into the barn and be a complete degenerate. I told my friend that I wanted to hide in the barn. I convinced him that nobody would find us hiding in there. The door was unlocked, and my buddy wanted to give up. I didn't want to, though. I broke the lock and made my way into the barn. And once my buddy was in there with me, I reminded him of how much we used to hate that dude and that this was our chance to get our revenge. Again, he was against the idea, but after a little convincing, he came around. He was a good kid, and I was trying to get him to be a little bit of a rebellious teen for once in his life before we graduated. And the barn wasn't your typical barn. This was where anyone who visited the orchard could buy apples, sauces, and all sorts of goods. I don't know what came over me, but I started to destroy the place. Not irreversible damage, but I was knocking everything off the shelf and throwing apples everywhere. I even took a few bottles of sauce that they made. I do remember being admittedly freaked out, only because I was technically breaking the law and I started thinking about what would happen if I got in trouble. We were clearly trespassing, and now we were breaking and entering and destroying his property on top of all of that. I couldn't get the image of being arrested out of my head, and that's when I heard the door kick open. We looked over and saw the owner of the orchard standing there with a large rifle in his hand. We both hid behind a shelf and hoped that he didn't see us. We could hear him walking slowly and yelling for us to come out. His voice sounded the same as it did all those years ago. If he was that mad at a couple of kids for taking apples, what's he going to do to us for trashing his barn? He was standing right next to us on the other side of the shelf. Each footstep felt like an earthquake, and it was only a matter of time before he turned and saw us. He then fired a warning shot at the ceiling, which just about made both of us scream out. We got up and sprinted out the back door that we had broken into, and the man yelled for us to stop. But we didn't look back. We just kept running for our lives. We were bobbing and weaving through all the apple trees, hoping to lose this old man in the maze of trees. We were yelling to run to alert the rest of our friends that we were being chased, and thankfully they heard us and everyone ran back to the house without being seen. When we got inside, we shut the lights off and looked out the window. We saw the man fire another shot into the sky, and the loud bang made us jump, and the flash of light from the shot illuminated the surrounding area. This guy wasn't playing any games, and he was clearly going to punish us for trespassing. We were scared of getting caught at first and potentially arrested, but the fear multiplied 100 times when he started firing those shots. Suddenly, the fear of getting arrested didn't look so bad. Everyone left the house not long after, except for me and a few other guys. All night long, we stared out the window and watched him patrolling the trees. He never put the gun down, not once. He never fired it again, but he didn't need to. Those 2 warning shots were enough. I stayed up until dawn, and I kid you not, this man stayed outside the entire night. And that morning, I left my friend's house and drove by the front of the apple orchard. There were 2 cop cars, and the owner was speaking to the officers, and I felt sick and remorseful for what I did, but I never went back. I never apologized, and I never took responsibility. I outgrew that degenerate stage of my life, but I'll never forget the fear of being hunted by a man who I guess in some ways was just defending his property. This happened when I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. I think it wasn't long after I had turned 8 years old. My family and I were all out on a drive one weekend afternoon, and it was bright and a sunny day. I remember we were going to see our cousins, and I was really looking forward to it. We didn't end up making it to our destination that day. We got into a car crash, a really bad one. An oncoming car in the opposite lane had swerved over the central line and came into our lane. The car hit us head on, and our car was smashed backwards into the border at the side of the road. We were out in the sticks, in the mountains, and we were hit with such force that we crashed beyond the guardrail, and we ended up rear-ending the rocky outcrops of a mountain that we were passing under. I looked up to see that my mother, who was driving, was slumped forward in her chair. Her arms hung motionlessly at her sides. She was still in her chair, though. My grandma was in the back, and when we finally came to a stop, she had her head against the back of the driver's seat, and she wasn't moving. My grandma was in the back, and when we finally came to a stop, her head was pressed against the back of the driver's seat, and she wasn't moving. My sister was also in the car, lying face down in the footwell of the back seats. She was in an awkward position and wasn't moving either. As for me, I had insisted on riding shotgun, so I was in the passenger seat. The first thing I felt was pain in my leg. It felt like my leg was stuck at a weird angle and I couldn't move. I looked forward towards the front of the car, and the hood was completely destroyed. Black smoke billowed out from the crumpled metal, and the windshield was smashed, and the cracks in the glass made it look like the biggest spiderweb I had ever seen at that age. There was blood inside the car, a lot of it. I could see it, smell it, and it felt as if I could almost taste it. I wasn't sure if I was bleeding at that point. As I mentioned before, we crashed on a mountain road. Numerous cars were passing by since it wasn't exactly a quiet road. It wasn't the kind of road with a sidewalk either. There was nowhere for people to walk alongside it. There weren't even houses in the area, it was just a stretch of highway. Cars kept passing by, and I didn't know what to do other than call out for help. I was panicking, as you can probably imagine, because I seemed to be the only one in the car who was conscious. Fear consumed me in those moments. I don't think I was even shouting words. I was just making as much noise as possible in the hope that someone would hear. I was so scared, but even though I was utterly terrified, there was one thing about that day that scared me even more. The scariest thing of all was the fact that no one pulled over to see if we were okay. No one stopped. I can't forget the faces I saw through the blood-stained, shattered glass. They just stared. I know some of them must have heard me screaming because they slowed down and rolled their windows down. The people passing along the highway just looked our way with half-hearted interest or morbid curiosity. Why didn't they stop to see if we were okay? And I still can't understand that. They didn't care. They just left us there while the smoke grew blacker and blacker, and I felt salty tears stinging the corners of my eyes. I felt so helpless. In the car, no one showed any signs of waking up, and I couldn't move. My leg had hurt at first, but now it was numb, and I felt utterly helpless. After about 15 minutes passed, or at least that's my best estimate, it could have been longer, my voice was getting hoarse from all the screaming and shouting. More cars passed, and still no one stopped. And I was beyond scared. I was, I guess, hopeless. But then I heard someone shouting and coming towards our car. Miraculously, two guys, who I can only assume were out on a hike in the nearby mountain area, came rushing over. Those middle-aged hikers were like guardian angels that day. They called for an ambulance and waited with us. Although my mother was bleeding profusely, her wounds weren't life-threatening, and she needed stitches, though. My sister got away with just a couple of stitches, but she was badly bruised and had lots of minor cuts. And I thought I was going to lose my leg, but it wasn't that bad. It was just fractured. Unfortunately, my grandma didn't make it. She had suffered a collapsed skull as a result of the crash. The car that crashed into us belonged to an elderly couple, and I still remember what the old man looked like. He had a really red face. It looked like he'd been drinking or something, and I saw him at the hospital that we all ended up at. He nodded at us when I saw him and said something like, "Oh, you guys made it. I guess that means you're all good. That's great." Just like the passers-by on the highway, his interest in the damage that he caused was minimal. I learned something horrible about people that day. Indifference in Japan can be truly chilling. In 1988, I was 8 years old, a Mexican-American spending the summer in Mexico. My dad had warned me since childhood that it was dangerous to be out in the fields or graveyards alone, especially at night. I grew up with a fear that magic was real and alive in Mexico, particularly out in the countryside. That night, it was dark out. No electricity, only oil lamps, and I didn't know how to work one. So I just sat on the front porch in the moonlight, listening to the bugs. They were louder than usual. And then, I heard footsteps. More than one person very close. There was no way that I could have missed them when they were further away. I looked around, beginning to panic. I didn't hear any voices or any banter, just shuffling. And it got louder and it sounded like a mob. I jumped up and ran inside, tripping a few times, psyching myself out like I was suddenly in a horror movie where every stumble meant certain death. I slammed the door shut and locked it, grabbed the fireplace poker lying next to the doorway and ran into my room. No lock on that door. My window faced the moon, lighting up the room enough for my eyes to adjust. And I stood there, poker held short like a baseball bat, staring at the door for a long time. But there was nothing, and the silence made me feel slightly at ease. I walked over to my bed, about to let myself fall into it, when I glanced at the window at the last moment. There, draped in a headscarf, peering in, was a woman. I landed on my bed with a jolt, feeling suddenly vulnerable, and my grip loosened on the poker, and she was still staring at me. Then she started showing her teeth, but she wasn't smiling. My God. Then a bearded man appeared from the other side, whispering something to her. He noticed her staring into the window, then turned and saw me, and his face changed. He bared his teeth too. What were wrong with these people? Too scared to shout, I stayed frozen. Everyone in the house was still asleep, and the man lifted his hand and started pressing against the window, inspecting it. He tapped on the glass, lightly at first, and then harder, and it looked like he was about to open it. What do I do? Holding my breath, I just waited. If he broke the window, I was done for. I felt like they were about to drag me by my ankles all the way to hell. And then, common sense kicked in. I remembered the poker. I grabbed it and ran to the window, swinging as hard as I could. And that poker smashed against the pane closest to the man, and the glass shattered. And I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut from the shards and noise. And when I opened them again, I could hear them running away. The wind was blowing through the broken window, and there were crickets outside as well. The lights flicked on in the house. My dad and uncle rushed into my room asking what I'd been doing, and then they saw the broken window. My dad flipped out, started shouting, and asked me what the hell I was thinking, and all I could say in English was, "There were people outside. They were staring at me." And his eyes immediately went wide, and he shut up. My uncle looked confused. He didn't speak English, and my dad grabbed me by the elbow and barked at my uncle to wake everyone up and get them into the kitchen. My uncle started shouting, telling everyone to hurry, and of the 10 family members, 6 ended up in the kitchen. The other 4, my dad, uncle, and 2 older cousins, went outside armed with a hunting rifle, an old service revolver, and a couple of shovels. They were gone for maybe 10 minutes, but it felt like eternity. Inside, I tried explaining to my mom and the other women what had happened, and gossip started. My aunt started stirring things up and smirked and told the kids that it was La Llorona and her husband, and that freaked me and my younger cousin out. Mom and my other aunt shut her down, saying that she was being ridiculous, and then the men came back and nothing, and they'd check again in the morning. Nothing was stolen, no cars, no tools, no chickens. We all just decided to stay up, and there was no way anyone was sleeping after all of that. Coffee and bread went around as we sat together, just throwing out theories. Thieves, spies, La Llorona, stalkers, even skinwalkers came up. At sunrise, the whole family went outside to check things over. There was blood right outside my window, and my uncle had missed it in the dark, and my mom was audibly worried. The rest of the day passed without incident, and we stayed for a few nights, but my uncle, cousin, and dad took turns standing guard. On our last night there, someone brought a newspaper from the nearest larger town over, and it warned country folk about these roving bands of hyper-poor people breaking into barns and farmhouses, killing the owners and stealing whatever they could carry before disappearing back into the hills. 12 people had already been killed, apparently. Only one survivor, a farmhand who managed to shoot an intruder and drag himself to town, had lived long enough to tell what had happened, and the town's terrible doctor unfortunately couldn't save him. And my dad's face was grim. That's who they were, he said. Years later, I asked what he had told my uncle that night, and his answer chilled me. I told him I saw gitanos, and my uncle instantly knew what to do. I looked it up later, and I guess gitanos in English means gypsies.
Have you ever tried hitchhiking? If you have, then stop doing it. And if you haven't, then don't even think about trying it. I'm not being bossy or anything. I'm just suggesting this from my own personal experience. I used to do hitchhiking a lot, and being a girl made it a lot easier too, until that last incident that made me avoid it. That night there was a birthday party for one of my friends, and it was held on the outskirts of town. I took a cab to go there along with a few friends, but as the party was about to end, everyone was so drunk and most of my friends were nowhere to be seen. Some of them said that they would stay overnight at a nearby place, but I could not afford such a thing because my parents would kill me if I'd stayed overnight anywhere. So I decided to hitchhike. I took out my thumb and started showing it to the passing cars. A white car stopped in front of me. I told him my destination, but he said he was going in a completely different direction and drove on. The next 3 cars passed by me without stopping. I checked the time and it was past midnight. I kept thinking that my parents are going to be pissed if I reach home any later. And that was when a blue car stopped in front of me. The person pulled down the glass window and it was a very good looking guy. He asked me where did I need to go, and I told him my destination. "Come on in, I'm also heading the same way," he said in a cheerful tone. I figured he must be a nice and helpful person, so I got in. One thing that I always did while hitchhiking was that I was always giving fake names to them. And that is the reason when he asked me, I gave him a fake name as well. He started asking me questions such as where I was coming from this late at night, and do I have a boyfriend or not? I started to feel awkward about all these questions, so I started to answer them with a yes or no, which I guess he sensed that I did not want to answer him. There was this weird smell that kept coming from his car the entire time I entered it. It was as if one scent was trying to cover another. I just could not point my finger on what it was. That was when I noticed from the front mirror that something weird was falling on the floor of the back seat. I did not want to make it obvious that I was looking at something in his car, so I sneaked a look when he was completely focused on the road. I'm sure that there was a finger with a blue nail polish on it. It started to freak me out. I was getting scared by the thought of him doing something to me. I knew that I had to get away somehow, but I just did not know what excuse to make. It also was weird that he was unusually quiet for the past few minutes, so I looked at his face and noticed a weird expression on it. Now, I was sure than ever that I needed to get away from this guy no matter what, and that was when I saw the gas station. "Hey, can you make a stop there? I really need to pee badly," I said while giving him a big face smile. He bought it and stopped the car. I rushed to the bathroom and locked it from the inside. All that was remaining for me to stall his time until he gives up and leaves. So I stayed in there for about half an hour. I noticed him impatiently blowing his horn the entire time, and then it stopped. As I was thinking that he may have left and was about to unlock the door, I heard footsteps coming in the bathroom direction. So I held the door tightly, and he started banging on it. The more time it took, the banging got louder, and I could just feel how frustrated and impatient he was by the way that he was banging on the door, as if he wanted to break it. if he needed to. I was shaking in fear and praying for him to leave, but even after an hour passed, he did not leave and continued stomping in front of the bathroom door. His every footstep was making my heart sink. I thought that he had made up his mind about killing me. I took up my phone with my trembling hands and started searching for someone who might be able to help me at this hour, but I couldn't find anyone. That was when I heard other voices of men asking him what he was doing out there at this hour, banging on the door. He hesitantly replied that his friend was stuck in the bathroom. Before opening the door, I thought of looking through the peephole, and when I did, I saw two men and a woman in police uniform asking him all these questions. They looked quite suspicious of him, and they started asking more questions to him. He got nervous and walked back to his car. The woman officer kept standing outside the bathroom door this entire time, as she did. And then she said, "You can come out now, we will help you." I hesitantly unlocked the door and stepped out from the bathroom. The man who was entering his car looked at me with an angry look before driving off. The officers asked me what happened, and I explained to them everything from me exiting the party and hitchhiking in his car to me hiding in the bathroom. They assured me that they will help, and the woman officer said that she was about to leave for the station that was in the same direction as me, so that she could drop me off. I agreed, and the officer was a very nice lady. She dropped me off right in front of my house. Afterwards, I thanked her. She gave me some advice to never hitchhike because you never know what kind of person that stranger might be. I still keep thinking about that finger of some woman in the person's car and what may have happened to her. But I'm thankful to this day that those police officers arrived when they did. Maybe it was my luck. Otherwise, God knows what may have happened to me.
Dating is hard. It doesn't matter if you are male or female. It's always hard when you try to engage in dating, and it was just too hard for me. It's not because I'm an unattractive person or anything. Instead, I don't socialize much. Whenever I'm facing a woman, I just don't know what to talk to them about. And for that reason, most people often think of me as a rude person and start avoiding me. Okay, so one day I was just thinking about the solution to my problem, about how I should date when I can't even talk to any of them, and called my friend Neon. He suggested that I should try talking to them through social media or a dating app, but I did not know how to approach a random stranger on social media. It just felt awkward to me. So I searched on Google for dating apps and installed the first one that popped up, which was Bumble. After installing the app, I opened it and started going through it. As I was swiping, I did not get a match for a few minutes, so I closed it, thinking it was a bad choice to depend on an app for dating. I'm a gamer, so after putting my phone down, I went to play games on my computer and spent a few hours playing. I looked to rest in between and decided to check my phone and inadvertently opened the Bumble app, only to find that I had a match with a Latina girl, Maria. She was the one to initiate the conversation between us with a simple hello and then asked how I was doing. I did not find it difficult to answer, so I just replied as I do with any of my guy friends if they would ask me such questions. She then started asking about my hobbies, etc., which I surprisingly liked. It felt good to talk to a girl. I had never once in my life had an actual proper conversation with a female besides my mom, so it felt like quite a new and refreshing experience to me, and I was loving it. After a few days of talking, she asked me if I wanted to meet up for a date. Even though I was hesitant, we still agreed to meet at a little cafe for an evening date. I dressed up in casual attire the next day and went to the cafe for our date. She had already told me what she would be wearing, so I recognized her immediately, sitting in a yellow dress in the corner, wearing a ponytail. She looked prettier than how she looked in her pictures. I approached, and after a normal greeting, sat across the table. We started with a light conversation, and I was still feeling a bit nervous and awkward, but she started talking in a way that made me comfortable, and before you know it, we were chatting like we had known each other for years. About an hour or two passed by, and we decided to move our date to a restaurant for a dinner. She took out her phone and searched for a nearby restaurant, and then we went to the one she chose. As we ordered our meals, we started chatting again. The conversation we were having was so good that we did not notice how the time just went by and 2 hours had passed. Still, neither of us was really ready to call it a night. Anyway, we decided to order some dessert after the meal and have some drinks while we chit-chat. While we were having a nice conversation, she excused herself, saying she needed to use the restroom. I started waiting for her and using my phone in the meantime, but when she did not come back even after half an hour, I got worried and asked one of the female staff to check on her. As I was talking to the staff, she came back and apologized for being late, and when I asked her what took her so long, she said it was her menstruation. She did not have a sanitary pad with her, so she was asking someone for help, and that was why she was so late. Even though she was talking casually about this because it's a natural thing that happens with a woman, I was still feeling embarrassed by it. After that, we decided to call it a day, and I asked if I should drive her home, which she agreed upon. So as we were driving back, we saw a man putting a woman inside a black car and started driving off. It sounds normal, right? But no, it didn't look normal to me. I felt like something was wrong over there because the female looked too drunk to even stand on her own. I wanted to do something, but I had Maria with me and I felt obligated to safely drop her at her apartment. What are you thinking? Follow that damn car. As she said that, I looked at her with surprise, but the moment I saw concern and fear in her eyes for that girl, I followed her advice. We quietly followed that car as it drove out of the town, and I made sure to maintain a safe distance from it so that the man does not notice that he was being followed. As the car reached a place that was surrounded by woods, he stopped the car and stepped out of it. I guess he was out of gas or something, because he checked the car and kicked it in frustration. Then he called someone through his phone, and about 15 or 20 minutes later, another car came and picked them up. Surprisingly, Maria was recording all of this on her phone. I did not question it because we might need it later, so we followed the car and it stopped in front of a huge house. The house was in an abandoned area, which doesn't make sense to either of us. Why would a guy take a drunk girl to a secluded place? But we still thought we should wait to see if he is dropping off the girl at her house. As we waited there, an hour passed, and those men still did not come out of the house, and I did not have the patience to wait anymore. So Maria suggested that we call 911, explain the situation, and let's see what they do. And that was exactly what we did. Officers came and started searching the house. 2 men with huge builds came out and started threatening the officers to leave. Within minutes, the matter got out of hand, and they had to call backup for help. After searching the place, 13 young girls and 7 boys were found, and it turns out there was an entire legal business of human trafficking going on there. Those people used to kidnap girls and boys who were either walking home late or coming out late drunk from a party, or some similar situations, and then take them back to this place. After that, they would be exploited for smuggling, sexual exploitation, or sell them to forced prostitution, etc. I would never be able to forget this date. As I dropped her in front of her apartment building, she said before going inside, "Trust me, I was thinking the same thing. Even though this was my first date ever, I think it was completely different and memorable than any normal date."
Intruder. I'd been working for almost 12 hours straight, and by the time I got home, I was completely drained, both physically and mentally. As I walked into my bedroom, I could feel a wave of relief wash over me at the thought of finally being able to relax. However, just as I was about to lay down on my bed, my phone suddenly made a sharp notification sound, jolting me out of my tired stupor. Wondering what could be so urgent, I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my phone, squinting at the bright screen in the dimly lit room. Upon unlocking my phone, I noticed a message from an unknown number displayed on the screen. The message read, "Do you miss me? I wish you remember our first kiss." As I read the words, a chill ran down my spine. I felt a wave of unpleasant memories flood my memory. That evening, I had been waiting outside the bar for Casey, my girlfriend, for a few minutes. As I stood there, I felt a sudden touch on my back, which startled me. I turned around to see a girl in a green jacket smiling at me. She was quite beautiful, with long brown hair and sparkling brown eyes. However, something about her made me feel uneasy and creepy. Maybe it was the way she was staring at me with a hint of intensity. Her smile appeared to be a little too weird, and it seemed like she was trying too hard to make a positive impression. She asked me if I wanted to join her inside the bar, but I politely declined, and I told her that I was waiting for my girlfriend. Her smile faded, and her face contorted into an unpleasant expression before she walked inside the bar. A few minutes later, Casey arrived, and we headed inside the bar. We were having fun, enjoying each other's company, when I felt a sharp gaze on us. Casey noticed it too, and started to look around uncomfortably. I saw in the direction of the gaze and noticed the same girl sitting on the counter, staring at us. When she saw that we noticed her, she quickly looked away. As the night went on, I couldn't shake off the feeling that she was still watching us. Finally, I asked Casey if she wanted to go to my place, and she agreed. While driving, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror as I felt like someone was following us. But every time I looked, there was no one there. As soon as we arrived at my apartment, I felt a sense of unease. I scanned the surroundings, looking for any sign of danger. Even though I couldn't spot anyone suspicious, I still had a nagging feeling that someone was watching us. Not wanting to take any chances, I turned to Casey and asked her to stay close to me as we walked inside. After locking the door behind us, we made our way to the living room, where we settled on the couch. We spent some time scrolling through the movie options until we finally settled on a romantic flick. As the movie progressed, we grew more comfortable with each other's presence, and the room was filled with the sound of laughter and whispered comments. Eventually, we found ourselves wrapped in each other's arms, our lips meeting in a passionate kiss. We made love for what felt like hours, our bodies intertwined in a frenzy of desire. Finally, exhausted yet content, we fell asleep in each other's arms, and the warmth of our love still lingering in our bodies. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling a light touch on my hair. My first thought was that it must be Casey, my girlfriend, trying to wake me up. Without opening my eyes, I reached out and grabbed the hand, but when I finally opened my eyes, I was shocked to see the girl who had been outside the bar earlier that night standing at the edge of my bed. My heart started racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. How had she gotten into my apartment? Why was she touching my hair? I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that we were not alone in the room. I considered getting up and confronting the intruder, but my body was paralyzed with shock and fear. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed me, and I was too stunned to react. It wasn't until I regained my senses that I pushed her away. The commotion caused Casey to waken. She was shocked to see a stranger in our house and demanded to know who she was. As I told her I didn't know her, the girl grabbed the table lamp and lunged at Casey, but before she could do anything, I grabbed her. As I prevented her from doing anything, I instructed Casey to call 911. Casey frantically dialed 911. Her fingers shaking with fear, she recounted the events of the last few minutes to the operator. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of sirens pierced through the silence of the apartment. The police arrived, their presence providing us with a sense of relief and safety. As the officers escorted the strange, creepy girl outside, her eyes locked onto mine with a piercing intensity that left me feeling uneasy. Though she was being taken away, her stare seemed to bore into me, sending shivers down my spine and leaving me with an uneasy feeling. I am relieved to say that I never laid eyes on that girl again after that terrible experience. She gave me such an uneasy feeling that stuck with me for a while. I remembered hoping that I would never have to cross paths with her again. The thought of encountering her once more made me feel anxious and on edge. However, as time went on, I gradually forgot about her and moved on from the experience until today, when I received this message.
Have you ever heard of someone who had worked so long with solving crimes and helping that they lost their mind? No? Well, then this might be a new one, since this story is revolving around a person who came across a crime while working as a dispatcher that made him lose his mind. My name is Pedro Serene. I worked as a dispatcher in the Sheriff's Department at Monterey in the state of California for almost 11 years now. Alongside me worked San Joshua, who had also been working there for 10 years. Working with the 911 dispatch center for all these years, we had experienced all kinds of calls, from where lives were being threatened to where just a small case of an emergency where help was needed. But that night, San had no idea that the calls he would receive were going to be his last ones. I was in the middle of a call myself when I heard his screaming, and as soon as I finished my call, I rushed over to him to check what was going on, when I found him curled up in a corner. The call was still connected, so I had to disconnect it myself. He then went unconscious, and after sending him off to a hospital, I turned to check the recording of the call he had received that night. Earlier that night, around 2 a.m. when he received a call, he answered it professionally as he had been doing till now. 911, what's your emergency? Can you send some help? There was a slight pause before the voice of a female whispered in his ears. Ma'am, are you currently in danger? His tone was still relatively calm. Yes, was all she said in reply with a soft, calm voice, which was rather terrifying than it sounded. Can you tell me what kind of danger you are in? San asked while trying to maintain his professional tone. My ex, he's hunting me down, she said in a silent, calm voice. Is he in the house? After taking a hesitant pause, San asked. Yes. The calm in her voice gave him a terrible sinking feeling. We are sending a dispatch unit. Please try to remain hidden till then. He tried to assure her, but then the call disconnected all of a sudden. A team of officers was still sent to the location from where the call had been made. They reached within a time frame of 15 to 20 minutes, and as they stepped into the house, it was the state of chaos as almost all the things in the house were found broken. But no one else was found in the house. It seemed that the girl had somehow escaped, and the man must have chased after her. After searching the area for some time, the police didn't find anything. They went back to work. San told me about the girl, and it was not only him, but I was also disturbed about the whereabouts of the girl. About an hour later to the girl's call, San received another call which he received just like before. 911, what's your emergency? I think I stabbed my wife, he said in a spine-chilling calm voice. You stabbed your wife? San asked, trying to remain his composure. Yes, I'm in the cemetery, he replied. But there was no regret or remorse in his wife. Is she bleeding heavily? Hold on, we are dispatching an ambulance on your way, sir. He started to sound disturbed by what he was hearing, but the response was rather haunting. Yes, she is. No, I think she is already gone, he said while laughing like an emotionless psychopath, which alarmed San. What do you mean she is gone? Is she dead? He asked, and this time he could not mask the panic in his voice. Yes, dude, I'm standing near her head, and no matter how many times I kick her, she just won't respond. He again laughed at the end of his sentence. A team of officers was immediately dispatched to his location, while Sam tried to remain calm during the call. His tone was rivaling even the most chilling portrayals of murderous psychopaths that are shown in movies. Can you check her pulse and breathing for me? He asked him, regaining some of his professionalism, while hoping he would still have some remorse left after what he had done. Yeah, I checked. She's gone. He again laughed like a maniac loudly after ending his sentence. Why did you stab her? San began to ask him the question he shouldn't have. She broke up with me to sleep with another man. So I went to her house and broke every damn thing while the wench tried to hide from me. But then I found her. She escaped to the cemetery. It was hard finding her and then stabbing her 21 times. He goes on to explain to San how he stabbed her each time while she struggled to get away and begged for her life, still laughing monstrously as if he was proud of what he had done. I could hear San's heavy breathing in a state of panic in the recording as the man was confessing a horrendous crime to him. Then all of a sudden, San started to get a panic attack and began screaming. Police had already reached the location by the time he had started screaming, and they found the girl's body in a horrible state to even look at. The man who identified himself as Paul was sitting next to the body while grinning his teeth as he stared at her. His shoes were soaked with the girl's blood and clumps of flesh, proving the fact that he had indeed kicked multiple times. He was immediately arrested on the spot. The girl was later identified as Brittany, and she was the same girl who called 911 earlier that night asking for help. The man confessed all of his crimes in a manner that sounded like he was feeling proud in doing so, and had no shred of remorse in his voice or actions. San was unconscious for 2 days straight, and when he did regain consciousness, he started screaming and panicking. He had experienced equally horrifying calls in the past than this one, but this one call was something that made him lose his mind as he could not handle the trauma. Even after getting discharged from the hospital and resigning from his position, San often suffered from panic attacks, but he's currently seeking medical help. I'm still working at my position in hopes of providing necessary help to the people who need it, and to prevent cases like Brittany's. Yes, Virginia. Dear, I told you I would be there by Tuesday noon. Yes, I love you too. I was in the call with my girlfriend while waiting for the bus when I felt a hand over my shoulder. I turned and saw an old man who looked like he could die any moment smiling at me. Son, does the bus for Ice Island go from here? As he spoke, I knew he had already gone senile. No, such a place doesn't exist. The bus for Sapai would be going from here, I said, and went back to focusing on my phone. For a moment, I felt the old man gazing at me with anger, and the minute I turned to see him, he was still smiling at me. Thinking I might be imagining things, I went near a beach and sat there while scrolling through my phone. It looks like the bus is late, huh? As I was looking at my watch, a girl said while sitting beside me. Yeah, I think so too, I replied. Georgia, by the way. Her hand gesture seemed like she was more than interested in just exchanging names. John, it's a pleasure to meet you. I shook her hand with a smile on my face. There was no harm in making an acquaintance while on the trip to keep myself entertained. I mean, what Virginia wouldn't know wouldn't hurt. I talked with the girl until the bus finally arrived, and everyone present there, including the old man, started to get on. Frankly, she had quite a bubbly personality, and I had started to like her company. As she was speaking, I couldn't feel anyone else chatting at all, which was the only strange thing in this situation. I got on the bus and went to the second back seat, and soon after that, I saw Georgia smiling and waving at me from the front. She walked back and sat on the seat next to mine. It was fine, since I knew for a fact that she would not let me be bored during the ride, and I was right about that. The moment she sat next to me, she started blabbering her mouth, but I couldn't help but notice that not a single person sitting there was letting a word out of their mouth. They were all sitting in a similar posture looking forward, which I guess Georgia did not seem to notice. After chatting continuously for 2 hours, she finally fell asleep. Honestly, at this point, I wasn't even surprised that everyone else was silent, because it was obvious that listening to her can make anyone lose the will to speak ever again. I felt like I was finally able to relax, so I leaned back and tried to get a shut-eye. But the moment I closed my eyes, I felt the brake hitting suddenly and the bus stopping. So I opened my eyes thinking it might be for a rest stop, but as I looked outside the window, I saw that we were stopped in the middle of nowhere. I called out for the bus driver asking if everything was okay, but he did not respond, nor did anyone else present there. They all just stood there in the same position as they were sitting earlier when the bus departed. I got this weird chill down my spine, along with an eerie feeling that something was very wrong here. So I nudged the girl sitting next to me with my elbow to wake her up, but she did not budge. As I started to shake her with nervousness in my voice when calling her, I felt everyone else's head turning back 360 degrees to me. My entire body froze, and my voice got stuck in my throat. I felt like I was about to get a heart attack, and it would burst any moment out of my chest. That was when I felt Georgia waking up, and I turned to her in hopes of help, only to find blood dripping from her eyes on her crusty and molded skin. I had no idea where did I get the courage to stand up and ran out of the bus, but I did. I ran as fast as I could, and I could feel them chasing me, but I did not dare to look back. That was when I stumbled on a rock and fell. My nose started to bleed, so I covered it with my hand and stood back up. As I started running, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. Guess my knee had also been bruised, but I continued running. Soon after that, my vision started to get blurry, and I got a concussion and fell. As I heard footsteps closing in and my energy getting drained out, I wished with everything for this to be a nightmare. John, wake up! It's the last stop. I opened my eyes and I heard a faint voice and saw Georgia shaking me. I looked around and everything seemed normal, including her, which made me stare at her in disbelief because it all felt too real to be a nightmare. "What happened? Why are you looking at me all pale?" she asked with a chuckle. "Nothing. I guess I had a nightmare." I massaged my aching neck and said, I was still very startled by the nightmare I just had. "Oh, don't worry, you're not in the nightmare anymore." I don't know if it was because of the nightmare or the way she said it, but it felt pretty alarming to me. I looked outside and it was morning. Everyone was getting off the bus, so I also stood up and started to walk away from the seat. As I took the first step, I felt a sharp pain in my leg as if I had recently hurt myself. That was when I glanced over to Georgia's side, who was still sitting and smiling at me, which was getting creepier by the second. I rushed out of the bus, and the moment I got off, that same old man from earlier came to me and asked, "Who were you talking to the entire way here? I mean, don't get me wrong, but there was no one sitting beside you." As I heard this, I looked over to the window of the bus where I was sitting with Georgia, and the seats were empty with no one there. I passed out right after that, and when I woke up, I was in the hospital. The doctors told me that I had a heart attack and asked me to call any guardian if I had one. I told them there was no one. I was so terrified that I even forgot why I came to this town in the first place. After telling my wife about being called to work urgently to attend on important meetings, I got out to have some fun with my friends and left her all alone at home. I do feel bad for doing this though, but for some reason I'm getting tired of her these days. She used to be so different when we first started dating, always on edge, thinking if she looked nice enough for me. Every time I saw her, she used to have a refreshing smell with her cute outfits and makeup. But now, after 2 years of our marriage, she doesn't care what she wears in front of me. She never wears any makeup. Hell, she doesn't even shave her legs anymore. She's still beautiful though and takes my breath away just like the first time I saw her whenever she gets ready for an occasion. But other than that, the excitement I used to have for her, touching her is fading away. It's not like I don't love her anymore. I know in my heart that I do. I can't even bear of ever thinking of my life without her. That's why to get a little bit of excitement away from her, I sometimes lie to her a little bit, just like tonight. Anyway, so I met up with my friends and we decided to hit up a bar. It felt good to take things off once in a while as we drank together and talked about our life problems. As I entered the bar, I felt the vibration of my phone ringing in my pocket, so I took it out to see who was calling me. But the moment I saw the name flashing on my phone, the emotion of irritation replaced the little excitement I had. I told her never to call me. Why on the face of the earth was she doing it now? "Hey, Simon." Just hearing her loving voice was enough to creep me out. "What do you want, Kelly?" I asked in frustration, with clear signs that I didn't want anything to do with her. Well, I just wanted to tell you that I'm at your home, but I can't seem to find Anna for some reason. My heart dropped as I heard this. There was no way she would have known my address. Did she stalk me? What are you doing? Anger started to fuel my voice along with fright. I thought it was obvious. I'm here for you, baby, she said with that same freaky voice of hers that sent shivers down my spine. How did you get in? Where's Anna? I asked. My voice was starting to quiver. I don't know, the lock was easy to open, so I let myself in. And about your wife, I can't wait to meet her and tell her about us. A weird eldritch excitement filled her voice as she said that. You need to leave right now. I disconnected the call immediately and called Anna to check where she was. I rang her phone 3 times, but she wasn't picking up, which made me even more agitated. But as I rang the 4th time, she picked up and told me she was out buying some snacks with her phone on silent mode. I told her to wait for me at the grocery store so that we could walk home together before disconnecting the call. As I was driving home, I started to remember how Anna kept telling me for the past few weeks that she felt like someone was stalking her. I should have taken her seriously. I should have done something about Kelly. What should I do? I know I told her to wait at the grocery store, but it's just 2 blocks away. My panic level only kept rising as I started to think of the possibility that she could hurt my wife. I would lose my mind if anything were to happen to her because of a mistake I made in the past. Why did I meet up with Kelly and get seduced into sleeping with her? I've been feeling guilty ever since, even though it was just a one-time thing. I called Anna again, but when she didn't pick up even on the 7th call, I called Kelly, but she wasn't picking up. There was nothing I could do before I reached home, and it was taking too long. I was holding my tears out of fear when my phone started to ring. As I saw it, it was Anna. I immediately picked up. Honey! My heart clenched at her sound because her voice was trembling, as if she was crying. Is everything okay? Are you okay? Where are you? I'll be right there. My panic increased tenfold, not knowing what Kelly did to her. The stalker, I think... I killed her. She paused before saying that in a slow, shaking voice of hers. What are you saying? I asked as I turned left. The house was just a few blocks away. The girl who was stalking me, she broke into our house and attacked me. I didn't want to kill her. I just pushed her, but her head bumped into the table and she stabbed herself with a knife she was holding. She continued sniffling as she told me that. Don't panic. I'm here. You didn't kill her, okay? Trust me. I was almost there. Once I reached the home, I immediately parked the car out front and rushed inside. The moment I walked in, I found the house a mess. Anna was sniffling on the floor with her knees up to her chest and her face hidden between them, while Kelly was on the floor. A knife was stabbed on the side of her stomach and her hands were holding it. My brain went foggy for a few minutes before I could respond. I rushed to my wailing wife and told her it was not her fault. Why didn't you tell me? As those words escaped her mouth as she looked at me with red tears-filled eyes, my heart sank even deeper. Did she find out? What? I could feel my voice shaking as I managed to get a word out. I saw her phone was filled with our pictures, mostly yours. You were the one she was stalking. I'm sorry I didn't realize it sooner. It must have been hard on you. My guilt kept multiplying with every word of her apology. None of this was her fault, but the way she was saying it seemed like she was taking all the blame for herself. Listen to me, Anna, you didn't kill her, okay? You were not here when she died, I said with determination as I looked directly into her eyes. What are you talking about? As she asked me with an innocent face as I took out her phone from the bag and handed it to her. Just do as I say. Dial 911 and tell them I killed Kelly. Leave the part about your involvement. Understood? She looked at me confused as I told her that, but she didn't resist much and followed my command. When the cops reached, I confessed about killing Kelly and said she was stalking me for a while, but today she took it too far. It was true though, looking at how she had our everyday pictures in her phone, which were taken as evidence. As they were taking me with them, Anna came closer to hug me good as she was crying so much. I didn't know her name was Kelly. A cold current went down my body as she whispered in my ears. I looked up in her eyes, which felt colder than ice, even with all those tears dropping through them. She knew. She knew all along. Do we always go camping? Why do I have to go there for the school trip too? Please, Mom, I want to stay at home and play video games for once. I whined, following around my mom, who was busy doing house chores. Your school manipulated me into paying your camping fees. There's no way I'm going to let you go in vain, she said in a strict voice while loading clothes into the washing machine. But Mom, no buts. You're going there. End of conversation. Now move along. I have plenty of work on my hands. She walked off after finishing her sentence, and I couldn't help but helplessly sigh. I was never fond of things like camping trips and wilderness, but since this was the only idea of fun my family ever came up with every single holiday break, I had no other choice but to attend it. What crossed the limit when even my school organized the very same thing I had grown tired of, and my mom, being a pushover, handed the money to Miss Sandra, who was the teacher in charge of this trip. Now she was pushing me to go there. Finally, the day arrived, and after dropping me off at school with my luggage, Mom went to work. I wanted to run off right then and there, but I don't see why I hesitated. My friends Paul and Robert spotted me, and as they were coming to me, I could see their faces beaming up looking at how I was finally tagging along after clearly telling them that I didn't want to go. We went to the bus, and after putting our bags down, we took our seats. We reached the campsite at noon, and after having lunch, the teacher started with the activities they had planned. But the things they were making us do was utterly boring, as I had already grown tired of them after doing all of them multiple times with my cousins. Things took a turn when they made us do a scavenger hunt right before sunset. They hid cooking items around the area and gave each team the task of searching for them and making food for the team. The one who was to finish their meal first would be the winner. During the hunt, two kids, Marcus and Luca, from different teams came across the same item. Arguments started about who got there first, while none of them let the other party take it. As the commotion grabbed my attention, I stopped whatever I was doing and went there to see what was going on. I stood there watching the small argument turn into a heated one, without any intention of stepping forward and stopping them, as this seemed to be the only interesting thing about the entire trip. Marcus's hair ended up in Luca's fist, and he said something that I couldn't quite understand, which pissed him off. Within a matter of time, the fight turned violent, and each one of them was eating dirt by the other's hand. By the time teachers and the rest of the kids took notice, they've started bleeding from their noses, along with multiple bruises on their bodies. They were immediately taken inside of one of the tents and got first aid treatment. I don't think any of the kids knew half as much as I did after all those trips with my family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done something as foolish as this. Camping was no easy thing for those who haven't done it before, and having those injuries was only going to make it worse for the rest of the trip for those two. I was determined to not give a damn about whatever transpired around me, so I shrugged it off and went back to getting bored. After such a brutal fight, one might think they were done with each other and might have probably learned their lesson, but that wasn't the case at all. It was when we were taking a dip in the lake when Marcus and Luca started a speech fight again, but stopped after receiving a scolding from the teacher, and she gave them another warning before heading to the camping area for something. About half an hour had already passed since I had started to swim, so I followed her to the camping area and got into my tent to change into a new pair of clothes. When I got out of the tent, I saw Miss Sandra setting up the food on the mat. "Isaac, can you be a deer and the other kids for lunch? The food's prepared?" I nodded my head in response, as she noticed me looking in the direction and asked me. Following her order, I went ahead and started calling the scattered kids one by one. When I got back, I noticed everyone was present near the mat except for Marcus and Luca. Something felt off. I remembered I last saw them swimming in the lake, but not after that. My eyes met with Miss Sandra, and judging by her expression, she was thinking the same as me. We both ran toward the lake and started looking for them when I found a panicked Marcus hiding behind a tree near the lake, but there was no sign of Luca. As he saw us, he started crying and pointing toward the lake where Luca was last swimming, along with repeating his name. This was the first time I felt thankful for all those trips and adventures with my family that taught me so many things. I immediately ran in that direction and dived upon reaching. Luckily, I found him drowning, and since he hadn't gotten too deep yet, I was able to pull him out. The teacher immediately started compressing his chest and performing CPR, and after a few failed attempts, he threw up a lot of water along with coughing. Since he was in urgent need of medical attention, she drove him to the nearest hospital she knew of, leaving us in the care of Mr. Goodman. Marcus confessed to him later on that they started to argue again, and when Luca slapped him, he got so angry that he started beating him in the water. He couldn't understand if his foot slipped or something else, but in the middle of the grapple, Luca started drowning. He didn't say anything after that and just started crying again, so none of us knows if he tried to save him or ran away after getting panicked. The trip ended there, and we were brought back home safely. I immediately rushed to tell Mom about everything that went on the trip, which made me scared for her, and she promised never to send me off to another school trip. I don't know about that. I mean, whatever happened was horrifying indeed, and I'm thankful that Luca's safe now. But for some reason, this was the most memorable and unique camping trip I had experienced. Robert William Picton and his brother David liked to think of themselves as simple country folk. The pair owned a small suburban farm in West Canada, about 7 miles east of Vancouver, and for many years they made a meager living in selling their produce over in the big city. For a long time, the brothers seemed perfectly content to live the quiet life of a farmer. But sometime in the mid-90s, the Picton brothers seemed to tire of country living. They began to seriously neglect the farm's operations, which had a devastating effect on their productivity. Robert in particular began to have bizarre mood swings, and his behavior around the farm grew steadily more concerning. An employee of the Pistons named Bill Hiscox said Robert used to be a pretty quiet guy, but the strange new personality frightened the farm workers. Bill also mentioned that the farm became a creepy-looking place over time, but then he needed the money too much to put in his notice. But instead of knuckling down and getting the farm's operations in order, they thought at the scheme to fund what would become an interestingly wild lifestyle. In 1996, the brothers registered a non-profit charity with the Canadian government named the Piggy Palace Good Time Society. In their mission statement, they claim to organize, coordinate, manage, and operate special events, functions, dances, shows, and exhibitions on behalf of service organizations, sports organizations, and other worthy groups. The Canadian government then approved the payment of a grant to the Piggy Palace, Good Time Society, and Robert and David were flushed with free government money. Then instead of using the cash to help or the groups, as they put it, they used it to throw wild parties in a converted slaughterhouse that sat on the property. These parties were attended by none other than the local chapter of the Hells Angels, along with scores of Vancouver escorts, and were known to attract as many as 2,000 people at a time. But it seems that the Picton is party going a little too wild, and on March 23, 1997, Robert Picton was arrested by Vancouver Police Department on charges of attempted murder. The alleged victim was an escort named Wendy Lynn I. Settler, who had been stabbed several times during an altercation which occurred at one of their many charitable events. Picton insisted the stabbings were in self-defense after when they attacked him with a broken bottle, the claim he could back up since he also walked away from the confrontation with serious injuries. But Wendy had a different story entirely, asserting that she had not only attacked Robert after he had attempted to handcuff and kidnap her. Not only has she managed to escape the handcuff attempt, she also disarmed Robert of the knife he was threatening with, which is what she then used to inflict the wounds that sent him to the hospital. Despite the obvious indications of Robert's insidious predatory nature, the fact that both had wounds meant the police and judicial officials alike believed it was nothing more than a tit-for-tat lover's tiff that happened to turn bloody. And on January of 1998, the charges were dismissed. But the negative press forced the brothers to shut down the Piggy Palace Good Time Society after its non-profit status was removed after a federal financial committee was unable to procure financial statements. Its fraud zoning violations and the botched biker parties weren't the only thing that the Pickton brothers were up to, and farm worker Bill Hiscox had begun to notice something chilling. Over the years, Bill had noticed that many of the young ladies who visited the farm seemed to vanish. They'd walk down the driveway of the farmhouse all smiles and sunshine, asking for a job or if they could pick fruit or if they could feed the pigs. Robert Pickton would smile back, say, "Sure, why not?" and invite them inside the Bill. Notice that despite lots of young women walking into the farmhouse, not many of them seemed to come out again. Over time, Bill began to seriously worry about what was going on in the Pickens farmhouse. He'd have to wait 4 long years to get any answer, and when he did, they only confirmed his worst fears. On February 6, 2002, Vancouver police executed a search warrant for illegal firearms at Pickens Farm, who were rumored to be engaging in weapons trafficking in partnership with the Hells Angels motorcycle gang. Robert and David were arrested, and an intensive search of the farm was conducted. The cops were only looking for unlicensed rivals and signs of illegal automatic conversion, but instead, they discovered something far more disturbing. Based on their grim new discovery, police quickly obtained a second warrant to search the farm and congealed problems with officers from the British Columbia Missing Women's investigation. Personal items belonging to several different girls were found in Robert's possession, and the farm was subsequently sealed off for excavation. When specialist forensic investigators arrived at the Pickton farm to begin the exhaustive process of digging through the dirt, they figured it would make for grim work, but they couldn't have imagined the sheer scale of Robert's evil, which would only be evidenced in the number of bodies they found. Police were slow to release information to the public, but on February 22nd, Robert was arrested and charged with the murders of Serene Abbott Way and Monica Wilson. 6 weeks later, 3 more charges were added for the murders of Jacqueline McDonald Diane Rock and Heather Bottomley. A 6th charge for the murder of Andrea Joss Berry was laid on April 9th, followed shortly by the 7th for Brenda Wolfe in September. 4 more charges were added with another 4 murder charges laid on October 3rd, which brought the total number of homicides to 15. Then on May 26, 2005, 12 more charges were laid against Pickton for the killing of a dozen more women, bringing the total number of first-degree murder charges to 27. It was the largest investigation of any serial killer in Canadian history, costing more than 70 million Canadian dollars by the end of 2003, and was partly so expensive because of the process of forensic analysis, and victim identification was so difficult and drawn out. Many of the bodies had been underground for years, exposed to the raw earth, anonymous necrophilia, creepy crawlies. Other corpses were fed to the collection of pigs that depicted inns. Kept the fact that such a neglected farm had such fat, well-fed pigs speaks of what a prolific killer Robert was. This meant that some bodies were simply impossible to identify without the use of complex and expensive methods. For example, during the early days of the excavations, forensic anthropologists brought in some seriously heavy equipment, including 250-foot flat conveyor belts and soil sifters to find traces of human remains. But still, even after hundreds and hundreds of man-hours were poured into the excavation, it's not entirely clear just how many women Robert Pickton really killed. Despite being officially convicted of 6 murders, some believe Pickton could be behind the deaths of up to 49 other young women. What's more, there's evidence that Pickton's depravity extended far beyond simple murder. On March 10, 2004, the Canadian government released a statement saying that Pickton may have ground up human flesh and mixed it with pork that he sold to the public. This was followed by the British Columbian Health Authority issuing a warning, confirming that their concerns were warranted. After Pickton was convicted, many people started coming forward and talking to the police about what was going on at the farm. One of the witnesses that came forward was named Lynn Ellingson, who claimed to have seen Pickton skinning a woman hanging from a meat hook years earlier. She did not tell anyone about this out of fear for her life. Additionally, Ellingson admitted that she blackmailed Picton over the incident on more than one occasion, which only further secured her silence. The items police found inside Robert Picton, his trailer, also speaks of how disturbed he was. Cops found a loaded .22 revolver with a Marshall aid over the barrel, and 1 round fireboxes of .357 Magnum handgun ammunition, night vision goggles, 2 pairs of Fox for line handcuffs, a syringe with 3mm of blue liquid inside, and some Spanish fly aphrodisiac. But even more disturbingly, police got their hands on the videotape, which contained footage of Picton's friend Scott Chubb. In the short home video, Chubb is filmed saying that Picton had told him a good way to kill a female heroin addict was to inject her with windshield washer fluid. A second tape was also played at Robert's murder trial, in which an associate of his says Robert had mentioned killing escort workers by handcuffing and strangling them and bleeding and gutting them before feeding them to pigs. On December 11, 2007, after reading 18 victim impact statements, British Columbian Supreme Court Judge Justice James Williams sentenced Pict into life with no possibility of parole for 25 years, the maximum punishment for second-degree murder and equal to the sentence which would have been imposed for first-degree murder conviction. As of 2015, the Picton farm had been completely fenced off to the public and is under land by the Crown and Rights of British Columbia. Other buildings on the property except the small barn had been demolished. The place will never stand. There's a sick memorial to one of Canada's most prolific killers. In the end, the police merely had the appearance of being a farm, a drove of pigs or broken down tractor, or things that might fool the ignorant. But in fact, the farm had become a cemetery for vulnerable young women, who, as their killer knew, would barely be missed. It seems we like to think of Canada as America's friendly neighbor to the north, a land of bacon and apologies with a room temperature crime rate. But the idea is a myth, and the whitewashing of Canadian culture, or maple washing as it has come to be known, is a very real thing. There appears to be a deep well of evil in the Great White North, too, and it's just as deep and troubling as the one down here. It was the late 90s, and I was just out of the school, and I needed some extra money because I wanted to leave the place I was in. And the only way was to do that, get enough money and leave the town. I had saved enough to buy a car, and now I was waiting to get some more money to stably move to another state. And to do that, I had to do all kinds of jobs. And one of the jobs that I was definitely not interested in was babysitting. I have always had a no-go for babysitting. I found babysitting to be one of the jobs that I never really wanted to do. I made up my mind that babysitting is not going to be that one job that I will do. I was working to fulfill my goal, but there was no way I wanted to be a babysitter. I just never had the kind of attitude you need for the job, and I am not very good with children. So it can be the case why I did not like the job of babysitting. I was ready to leave the state for good, but I still had some gigs I wanted to do to get that extra cash, but nothing was lined up for me, and I was getting desperate to leave the place. Then out of the blue, a gig came up that my friend told me about, and he said that it pays really well and is just right up by my alley. I asked him what the gig was, and he said, "It's some rich guy. He's going out of the country with his new model trophy wife of his, but there is the daughter. She's around 16 right now, and he's looking for a babysitter for her. I thought you can be good. You're 21 and you're responsible. He's not going to find a babysitter like you." And then I looked at him and said, "Why would you need a babysitter for a 16-year-old, man? She can take care of herself. I'm not interested." And then my friend continued, "The job pays $1,000 for a week. That is way too much. You can do the gig and then leave this place for good. It would take you weeks or maybe months otherwise." He was right, and I knew that I had to take the gig in order to rush the process of me leaving the States. And then I decided in the practicality of the situation that I will take the job and complete it. I decided to book an appointment, and then I left for the interview once it was scheduled. It was not one of those rich guy houses. It was extra rich house. There was everything made of quality that we didn't even know that exists. Everything was fine, and even the security was way tighter than even banks. And then the man came walking with a cigar in his hand and his model wife right beside him, and he said, "I know you might be wondering why I would hire a babysitter for a 16-year-old. You see, she's old now, but she doesn't have any friends, and while I go spend my honeymoon, it will be the right way to find her a friend. You look good enough, but if you harm her, you know your family will be dead before you." I looked at the man with stern conviction, and then I took up the job. Her name was Emily. I met Emily, and even she was weirded out by the whole babysitter thing, so I just told her, "Think of me as your friend or something." And then we hit it off very soon, and I spent my weeks. I could hang out with her a lot, and we would talk endlessly. And then as the week was about to end, she admitted that she liked, and I told her that I liked her too, and I told her that I would wait for her to turn 18. We were about to kiss when we heard the gunshots. It was the guards. They were dropping down dead, and there was nothing that I could do to dodge the guns. So I took Emily and hid her in the cabinets of the kitchen, and then tried apprehending the guys as I shouted, "I'm just the babysitter! I'm just the babysitter!" The man shouted, "Stop! It's just a boy!" And then the tallest man came out and said, "Tell him that we are done doing business with him. He interferes, he dies, and so his family." Turns out it wasn't the best of work that Emily's father did. It was the moment I held her hand when the men went away and asked her, "Do you want to run away with me?" And she said yes. And since then, we have been together, seeking adventures of our own. Emily's father tried coming after us, but it didn't go well for him. I've made some friends along the years that are not really fond of Emily's father, so we don't have to worry on that front. We just drive like nomads and live our life one adventure at a time. It's 2010, and we still haven't lost our sense of adventure, and neither we will.
In the late summer of 2013, I landed a position as a trainee at the best motorcycle paint shop in all of North Carolina. Ever since I was around 10 years old, I was obsessed with that show, American Choppers. My older brother was into the mechanical side of things, but to me, the coolest part of the whole process was the paint job. Turning these already awesome machines into something that looked like straight-up fantasy. I was living with my parents in Martinsville, Virginia, when I found out that Gleamer's Motorcycle Painting in Charlotte, North Carolina, was advertising what was basically an intern position. For a couple of bucks an hour, I'll help keep the place clean and run smoothly, while learning the tricks of the trade in the process. Then, after about a year when I was all trained up, I'd be offered a full-time and fully paid position. I called the guy and practically begged him for the job. Told him I'd work harder and smarter than anyone else, twice as hard even. I was dropping the names of renowned bike painters who I thought the best manufacturers were, anything I thought might impress the guy. In the end, he only had one question for me. Harleys or sports bikes? I told him Harleys. He told me, "You're hired." 2 weeks later, I make my first drive to Charlotte at 6:30 in the morning. Most I'd ever driven before that was to and from Martinsville Taco Bell, and there I was making this 2-hour trip at the crack of dawn. Luckily, the trip down there went pretty smooth, and apart from the bathroom break that I took around mile 60, it was a straight shot to Charlotte down the I-85 south. But that first day really took it out of me. It wasn't some Marine Corps boot camp or nothing, but the owner and veteran painters definitely wanted to see what I was made of. The point is, I was dead tired by the time I had to drive back. So as you can probably guess, the journey home wasn't nearly as smooth as the drive out there. When I started seeing signs of Mocksville, North Carolina, I realized I must have made a wrong turn back around Salisbury. No big deal. I could just readjust with maybe only a half-hour extra on my journey, and besides that, I was looking to stop somewhere to pick up some food, as there's no way I could wait for the plate my mom had promised to save for me. I get to a place called Clemens, and I start seeing signs for the highway. There was a Cracker Barrel, a Krispy Kreme, a Biscuitville. Oh man, it was like junk food heaven down there. So I pull off, get a fried pork chop biscuit, then started up my journey again. Only by this point, I'm hopelessly lost. My phone is out of battery, and I'm so tired I can't even read the road map that I'm forced to be using now sitting on my passenger seat without fear of causing an accident. So, on account of good old southern hospitality, I decided to stop to ask someone for directions. But of all the houses to pull up outside, I pulled up outside 2947 Nob Hill Drive. And little do I know, I'm about to have a brush with death where Satan himself has his finger on the trigger. Y'all think I'm exaggerating with that, right? Ain't no such thing as the devil. But in North Carolina, the devil was just as real as I am surely breathing, and his name was Pazuzu. First thing I noticed about this house is that there were these two punk girls sat outside on the front lawn. They were both real cute, sitting there, smoking cigarettes, so I figured, who better to ask? I could start a little conversation, maybe drop that I painted motorcycles for a living, see if I could get a phone number or two. Turns out neither girl was actually from Clemens. They'd come all the way down from Ohio to hang out for a while. That struck me as kind of weird, driving like 7 or 8 hours just to hang out, but still, I just carried on asking if anyone could point me in the direction of the highway. One of the girls said I was welcome to come inside the house, as there had to be at least one person in there who knew, even if they had to find Pazuzu. Pazuzu. I'd never heard that word in my life before that day, and honestly it sounded more like something you'd call a cat than a person. And I don't really pay it no mind as I follow them across the lawn and up the front door of the house. The second thing that strikes me is all the creepy looking decorations on the front door. It was like a Halloween skull in there, weird quotes from movies or books, and a bumper sticker that said, "Evil will triumph." It looked like the front door to Hell's frat house, like a total punk rock crash pad, and at first, let me tell you, I was about it. I mean, I was a little taken aback by the historical German memorabilia, if you get my drift, on the ceiling as I walked inside, but there was all kinds of nonsense that was all over the walls, all sorts of weird symbols, stuff in crazy writing that sort of looked Arabic, I guess you could say. And look at it this way, I knew whoever had drawn it just wanted to be shocking or edgy. It's not like they were a house full of Nazis or whatever. Because that's what I mean about the crash pad thing. The place was filthy and it stunk to high heaven. But as long as I could just get directions and then get out of there, I didn't pay the stink no mind. So I carried on through the house. This place was just a sensory overload. Because not only does it reek and the decoration is practically schizophrenic, but I can barely hear myself think over the black metal they had blasting. As I walk into the TV room, there's a bunch more people hanging out, smoking and drinking, pentagrams everywhere, all kind of messed up pictures on the wall. One was this really nice framed picture of what looked like a body at a crime scene. Another thing I noticed was a big tank with red lights, like an empty fish tank, and the thing has like a bunch of huge tarantulas in it. That was actually kind of dope now that you mention it. But that's about as good as it got, because the next thing I know, as I'm following these two girls deeper and deeper into the house, the bad smell goes from, "Dude, you need to clean up," to, "Did something die in here?" The two girls then lead me into the kitchen and through another room with yet another animal habitat in it. Only this time, instead of spiders, the tank was full of snakes. I say full, there were maybe only 4 or 5 in there of varying sizes, but dude, I ain't never seen anyone keep no snake as a freaking pet. Where I'm from, that'd be considered downright satanic, and definitely weird. But not only does this house have a tank full of them, but some random dude is sitting on a table with one of them right there in front of him. The girls start talking to this guy, and when he turns, I can see he's in a not-so-fit state to be talking to anyone. His pupils were like little holes in the snow, like this guy was as high as a freaking kite. They called him by a name that I won't even try and repeat here, obviously a nickname, but the thing was just a combo of practically every top-tier curse word you can think of. But this guy was just out of it. And since he was one of the locals that could have helped me, we had to look elsewhere. But just before we left the room, I peered around the guy to see what he had in front of him. Now I can recognize heroin and all the works when I see him. Needle, spoon, all that stuff. But this guy had a little knife there, a small brass cup, and I realize the snake isn't moving. It's not moving because he doesn't have a head, and the contents of his arteries had been drained into this little brass cup. This guy was doing heroin while drinking snake blood. And that's about the time I realized this wasn't just some party house. Much creepier stuff entirely was going on in there. So right as I'm shouting, "I think I'm just gonna try my luck on the road," over the music, the two girls are like, "Nah, we'll get you your directions, but we're gonna have to go see Pazuzu." I respond, "Who's Pazuzu?" And in response, one of the girls just laughs. Not like in a, "that's a dumb question" kind of way, but more like, "Oh, you're not gonna like it when you find out" kind of way. So instantly, I have this knot of apprehension in my gut that's telling me to run away from that house and never, ever look back. But another factor at work was pure curiosity. I'd never seen anything like that house in my entire life. It was surreal in the extreme, the kind of place you'd never believe existed until you actually were in it. Put it this way, you'd think the idea of a corridor would be to allow free movement around a building. But no, in this house, the corridors were like the collective trash can. Me and the girls were literally clambering over freaking broken furniture, old fast food bags, all kinds of nonsense, just to make it to one of the house's bedrooms. One of the doors, I think it led to the bathroom, was literally covered in writing that started off like, "If you're reading this, this warning is for you." It went on to say all this stuff about wasting your life, being stuck with an empty life somewhere reading graffiti on a bathroom door, instead of doing anything more fulfilling. I was half lost in it when one of the girls was like, "Hey kid, you want your directions or no?" And since I wanted nothing more than to be out of there by that point, I was almost gagging from the smell. I wasted no time in following. As it turned out, the room this Pazuzu character was in was only accessible by passing the entrance to the basement. As I'm scrambling over some of the hallway debris right next to the basement entrance, this wave of rotten stench just overwhelms my nostrils, and I find myself actually retching from it. And not like a quiet little gag that I can at least attempt to hide. I'm talking like a loud, puke, screaming kind of deal. The girls just burst out laughing, telling me to man the F up because it's only cat litter or something. Let me assure you, I knew that wasn't just litter. It smelled like their cat had died rather than just taking a poop. I'm still retching as I step into what had to be the filthiest room in the house, which was honestly something of an achievement at that point. But unlike the other rooms where a kind of chaotic untidiness was the general theme, the filth in this room seemed to be cultivated. Most of the floor space was free, but I swear to God the carpet was so dirty and crusty that it was almost like walking on gravel. That, and there was this patch of black mold on the ceiling that was the worst I've ever seen, even all these years later. It was unreal, and I'm just drinking this all in as I managed to get my retching in control, just in time to lay my eyes on one of the scariest individuals I've ever encountered. This guy had shoulder-length dreads sticking out of what I was pretty sure was a turban, and coupled with all the Arabic writing everywhere, I figured this guy was of some Muslim heritage or something. I didn't know many Muslims with face tattoos though, and I'm pretty sure anybody involved with that culture with the word Satan tattooed on their forearm would probably catch a stink eye or two for that. But as my mama said, the fastest way to offend a host is to talk politics or religion, so I decided to keep any questions to myself. Besides, the only one I was interested in was how to get to the North Carolina-Virginia state line. Right as I was about to ask, one of the girls spoke up for me. "Pazuzu, this guy has a question for you." The dude they called Pazuzu had these slow, kind of lazy movements, and as he looked at me behind his shades, I didn't need to see his eyes to know that he too was high as a kite. "Sit," was all he said. I'm good," I remember saying back to him. 'Cause it's dirty? No, my back's been hollering at me is all. Clearly it was a lie that I said, but my desire not to offend the guy was suddenly waning. But, it smells like someone died out there, dude. Maybe you should, I don't know, clean up a little. This prompted yet more laughter from Pazuzu, the girls lounging around the room as well as the pair I'd followed. But the joke is completely lost on me, like I'm a kid who just said the dumbest thing ever but doesn't realize it yet. Oh, that, right, the Pazuzu guy said. Don't pay it no mind. There are just the bodies in the basement. More laughter now. The girls are laughing like it's the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Then, the Pazuzu guy spoke again. You know how cleanliness is next to godliness, right? Well, filth is the path to demonhood. All this rot. All this decay. Right then he takes this big sniff of air like it was pure air freshener he was smelling. All this filth, it gives me power. That's when he takes his shades off. And I swear to God, the scariest thing about this guy was his eyes. Even in the low light, I could see that they were pale, like a blue-gray kind of color. I just remember how dead they looked, like they were that color because all the life had been drained out of them or something, and even though he was smiling at me, his eyes had this sad look to them. The longer I stood there, listening to that guy talking all this nonsense, I started getting the impression that I'm not actually safe there. Like, yeah, it was a crazy-looking place, but the most dangerous party houses tend to get is the risk of being puked on or something. So I thought. I've been to party houses before, but I'd never gotten this overwhelming impression that my life was in danger, and not just from picking up a disease from all the gross stuff around the house. Actually, dude, I was hoping I could get some directions back to the highway. My phone died and He cut me off with, You should stay. I think we can use you for something. Use me? Use me? Hearing those words made me freeze up for a moment. The girls around us started nodding and agreeing and stuff, and by this point I can actually feel the adrenaline kicking in. And that's because I just noticed the .22 rimfire that was leaning on the back of the couch him and his girls were sitting on. Nah, I'm good. I got work in the morning. I'm already backing up while I'm saying this. In fact, it's getting pretty late as it is. I should probably get going. Thanks anyway, though, and, cool house. When I turned, I half expected to see one of the girls blocking the doorway like it was some horror movie or something. But thank God it was clear. So I mount the trash pile in the corridor and start heading back towards the front door. Don't you want directions, kid? Even over the blaring music, I could hear one of the girls coming after me. Not chasing or anything, just following. But good God, that was creepy enough as it was. She follows me all the way back to my car, and as I climbed in the passenger seat, I could see that a bunch of people had come out onto the steps to watch me leave. And let me tell you, they did not look happy to see me go. It took me longer than it should, but eventually I find my way back to the highway, and I make it home late, but in one piece. The first thing I do is tell my mom and dad about the absolute insanity I stumbled into on the way home. They'd been pretty worried anyway, and to hear about all the weird devil stuff going on freaked them out. They told me to never go to that little town again, adding they'd give me some extra money for one of those in-car cell phone chargers that fits in the cigarette lighter if it ever came to it. I told a few other people about the house over the months that followed, but I'm pretty sure most people thought that I was just making up stuff. And I get it. It's the kind of thing you gotta see if you're ever gonna believe it. So as crazy as it was all totally forgotten about by around Thanksgiving time. Then, I think just over a year after the whole thing happened, I'm living in an apartment down in Charlotte, working full-time as a painter at the shop. I finish work, get home, and start eating my dinner in front of the TV. The news comes on, starts talking about some murder or something, and that's when I hear a word that never in a million years did I ever think I'd hear again. Pazuzu. The moment the news lady said it, my head comes up like a deer hearing a twig snap. And when I looked at the TV, I almost spit out the mouthful of short ribs I was chewing on. It was the dreadlock guy with the tattooed face I'd seen the year before, and the one I was pretty sure wasn't kidding when he said he had a body in his basement. There had been a body in the basement, only it wasn't some raccoon that had gotten trapped in a crawl space or something. They'd locked a kid in the basement, starved him, shot him in the head, then covered his body with cat litter and bleach to minimize the smell. Then they showed one of the other people that had been arrested for the murder, and if it wasn't one of the girls with him that appeared on the screen, some blonde girl with no eyebrows who helped him kill the guy, according to the news report. By the time I was able to snap out of the pure shock of seeing all this, I grabbed my phone, called up a buddy of mine, one who rolled his eyes at my story and was like, "Turn on Channel 9, like right now." He sounds all irritated like I just woke him up from a nap or something. Then I hear TV noises in the background. Then he just goes, "Oh my sweet Mother Mary." Y'all can look this guy up if you want. He had a Christian name when he was younger, but he was going by Pazuzu Algarad by the time he was arrested for murder. Ended up hanging himself in a prison cell, I heard. It was a pretty messed up story. But knowing what he meant by, "You should stay, we could use you," that's what really haunts me about the whole thing. All I cared about was getting out of there and saving my own self. I didn't stop to think that other people might be in danger. It just seemed like he was crying out for attention, what with all those face tattoos and stuff, but to think he was actually capable of murder. Sometimes I find myself just counting my blessings and thanking God I didn't end up in that basement, covered in cat litter and bleach.
Now I have a story to share that has really traumatized me for quite a while now, and I feel this is a good place to share it. So I'm from New Zealand, and over there we have the odd missing person or scary murder case, but it's otherwise safe here and not much goes on. I mean that in a way that as a 19-year-old girl I feel comfortable to walk the streets at night or go on hikes alone, and everyone looks out for one another generally. This happened in the summer of 2019, and my boyfriend and I were headed out on a picnic date to a spot we had visited many times before, called Karakariki Track. It's at the end of a very long, windy and rural farm road off of the state highway, so you drive for about 15 to 20 minutes from the main road down a long farm stretch, and at the end is a large cul-de-sac and a massive surrounding farm. The owners of the farm have left the land kind of open to the public as a reserve, because there are native trees and other things, and because about a 15-minute walk from the cul-de-sac car park there's a small waterfall you can go swimming in. The track is really popular, as it's one of the closest swimming spots to the nearest city, which is Hamilton, and it's really scenic and beautiful. You can cross footbridges and pass by creek beds, etc., and the farmers still go through every now and then to do their work, but there are fenced-off areas that the public can't enter too, as they still actively work the land. So this particular day my boyfriend and I were really happy, because the parking lot was empty and it was a super hot summer's day, which was really rare. We saw the farmer crossing with his cows through the gate on a quad as we arrived, and he smiled and waved at us. He was an older man, and we had spoken before as we were regular visitors. So we set off towards the waterfall and crossed one footbridge and passed through a big paddock of cows. Now the track is quite narrow, and the creek is right next to it down a bank, so you have to be careful. We saw the waterfall, decided against swimming as we had no towels, and headed back towards the car park. On our way back, we decided to go down a little bit of a steep gravel off-ramp from the track that led to a more private tree-covered area right by the creek. We were kissing and whatnot, and I was laying on my tummy, reading a book, as my boyfriend was sitting up playing on his phone, rubbing my back and playing with my hair. We were there for about 10 minutes, before I turned and glanced up the gravel path. Way up, even further on a hill through one of the farmers' gates, I saw a big man on a quad bike who I didn't recognize as one of the farmers, as there's only an old couple who work the land. But he was just sitting there, staring at my boyfriend and I. I don't even want to think about how long he had been there before we'd noticed, so I told my boyfriend what I could see, making him turn to look too. As soon as the guy saw we were both looking at him, he opened the gate and started heading down towards us. We immediately got up to leave, as we didn't want to have a conversation with a farmer about us getting freaky on his land, which is what we both assumed would happen. But it was so much worse. This guy came down the gravel track and ran his quad right through the creek. He then left it there running in the water and got off. He was talking to himself, saying things along the lines of, "I messed my quad," and "I've damaged my engine," over and over before he even got anywhere near us. My boyfriend and I were gathering our things to leave at this point, when he began to head towards us. He didn't even make small talk, which was really strange, because he went straight into saying, "Have you guys seen any fish? I'm looking for some fish to kill." My boyfriend told the guy that there was no fish in the creek as it's fresh water, and that he was probably best off to catch some eel. This sent him into a fit, and he said, "I don't want no effing eel. I want to kill some fish." I had made it a point not to look the guy in the eyes, as I didn't want to draw the conversation towards myself, because I was already extremely freaked out, and didn't want him to notice. My boyfriend was much more of the calm and strong one when it came to stuff like this. But for a second I did look at the guy, and I thought it looked like his face was slightly deformed. I thought maybe Bell's palsy. As I work in aged care, I've seen it a bit and it looked similar. I bent down to tie my shoelace, and as I stood back up, that's when I noticed a pistol on this man's waist. Now listen to me closely. This is the first and last time in my entire life I have ever seen a real-life gun, as it's incredibly hard to get a firearm in New Zealand, especially after the regulations following the mass shooting in Christchurch. And not only that, he had one pistol on his belt and was waving another one about in his hand as he talked to my boyfriend about wanting to kill some fish. He was aiming it down to the creek every now and again, then swinging it around on his finger. My boyfriend gave me this stern look, and stern is the best word for it, because the look spoke a million words to me in that moment, and he nodded his head towards the gravel hill leading back to the track. I grabbed the 2 bags we had, fake-checked my phone and told the man that our family were waiting for us back at the car park. He completely ignored what I had said though, and instead said, "That's a cool hat you've got on," or something along those lines that were completely irrelevant. So I dismissed myself, said goodbye, and made my way to the hill. In my mind, I didn't want to look back and see that my boyfriend had been shot and then a gun at my own head. I knew that our best bet was me getting up this hill onto the narrow path where he couldn't ride his quad and sprint towards the farmer's house. As I was walking up the hill, this guy said to my boyfriend, "That's a really pretty girl you've got there." It was like all the intentions of his that I didn't want to believe were just then confirmed. I actually felt like I was going to die. My boyfriend, though, said a quick, "Thank you, we'll be off now," and headed up the hill with me. The guy kept talking, though, like the conversation hadn't ended, even as we headed away. He just stood there, gun in hand, and watched us leave. As soon as we were around the corner, we sprinted all the way back to the car park, where there were over 10 empty gun shells. We hadn't noticed this before. We had run into 2 girls in bikinis arriving at the spot, and informed them about the guy and everything that had just happened, so they got in their cars and left immediately. We tried to go to the farmer's house to ask if he knew the guy, as we'd never seen him on the land before. But they weren't home anymore, and as for the gun, it's still really freaky to me, as I'd never seen one before. But the pistols the guy had looked quite old and rusty, and when we discussed the incident on the way home, my boyfriend suggested they were probably handed down to him from someone else. This incident has stuck with me for the past few years, and my boyfriend and I have not been able to return to that spot again, which really sucks, because that's where we had our first date, and it meant a lot to us. I had to drive past the road leading to the track for about a year too, as I commuted between towns, and it always made me feel sick. I could have lost my life or my partner that day, or so much worse, and I'm always extremely grateful that my boyfriend is the man that he is, and was able to steer the guy away from us for us to leave. To communicate to me through movement to tell me what to do in my freaked out state too. He told me afterwards that he was ready to die if he had to, because knowing the guy had been watching us beforehand and complimented me in the way that he did, was clear that he could have had some scary intentions. It's also made me way more fearful now to travel in the bush alone, which I've done my whole life.
My mom is really good friends with one of the wealthiest people in our town. They have a daughter, my age. I don't have a crush on her or anything, but my mom has pushed me to ask her out before. Never did. Here's the weird thing about the situation, though. My mom and this friend, along with her daughter, all kind of act like their friend. Like a bunch of high school girls getting together to gossip. My mom works in a beauty salon, so I guess I understand why she likes to act that way, but it's still pretty weird nonetheless. There was one specific occasion when this woman and her daughter were going to visit New York City. They decided to invite my mom for some reason. I don't understand why. I guess they really were better friends than I had previously believed. But my mom decided to say yes. So it was just me and my dad at the house, but here was the thing. They didn't have a dad at home. Their house was going to be completely unsupervised for the entire weekend. I was in my early 20s at the time, so I guess they thought it would be a good idea to ask if I would watch the house for them, which I agreed to do. I didn't get paid or anything, but they said I was allowed to eat as much food as I wanted, and considering that they were rich, I thought, why not? This also gave me an opportunity to write some short stories. I always loved writing, and I published some of my stuff online sometimes. I think it was that Friday night when I was watching their house. They told me that they had 2 cats, but they were really scared of strangers, and I was probably not going to see either one of them the entire night. Didn't bother me. I just had to make sure that they had food and water, which they did. I was chilling at the kitchen table, pounding the keys on my laptop on my latest story, when, all of a sudden, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up from my computer to notice the ugliest cat I've ever seen in my life. Just imagine a hairless cat, but also morbidly obese and cross-eyed. It was honestly the strangest thing I've ever seen. Any one of those traits individually would have made a cat kind of cute, but seeing all of them thrown together in one pitiful excuse for a pet almost made me want to bust a gut laughing. I felt kind of bad for laughing so hard at this girl's cat, but it's not like I hurt it or anything. That had been a good break from writing, but then I got back into it. I remember being in the middle of writing a really interesting scene. This ghost was abducting the protagonist of the story. It's kind of a psychological thriller with a little bit of paranormal thrown in there. It's very spiritual and weird. I'm kind of a weird person. But that scene still sticks with me because as I'm writing it, I noticed something outside. There was a man in a hooded sweatshirt walking around. I sat at the kitchen table, stunned. I didn't know what to do. I felt the adrenaline burst through my veins. Fight or flight. Well, I figured that my car was outside, so running wasn't going to do me much good. And after a minute of rationalizing the situation, I had no proof that this person was out to do anything bad. For all I knew, this could have been a jogger. I got up close to one of the windows to watch this man. He seemed to be sneaking around. He wasn't coming toward the house I was in, so I figured that I was at least safe for the moment. But then I noticed him looking into the window of the house across the street. I can only assume that he was checking houses to see if people were home or not. Must have been an actual burglar. Just show up in the wealthy neighborhood and see who wasn't home. I don't know why he would do it at night, though. looks as suspicious as he did. We live in a gun state after all. And after a few minutes went by, and I could tell that there were people at home at the house he was checking out. By the time he realized, I noticed him do a 180. He was walking in my direction now. I was about to be face to face with this man. I saw him walking across the street and I immediately started to panic. I called the police as fast as I could and told them the situation, but they said it would be about 20 minutes before anyone could be here. I ran up to the attic to hide. I locked the door behind me. In retrospect, this was my biggest mistake. I should have turned on a bunch of lights and made it obvious that someone was here. I'm good at thinking, just not in the moment. The house must have looked uninhabited by the time I had gotten up to the attic. This made the house the perfect place to burglarize and steal everything. I was in the attic for about 10 minutes when I heard a window breaking downstairs. He was in the house. My heartbeat was inside of my forehead. He walked around the house for a few minutes. Thud. Thud. I heard the humongous boots marching across the wooden floors. He explored the house for a good while. I was really beginning to wonder where the police were. Typical. I heard him get close to the attic entrance, and that was the moment that pushed me over the edge. I started screaming at the top of my lungs that I had a gun. I told him that I was going to shoot his head off if he didn't leave the house immediately. And to my absolute shock, he ran away. I watched him run down the street as I looked on through the window. It appeared that this guy was even more scared for his life than I was. The police eventually got there, and I told them the entire story from beginning to end. They said that a couple of people had been reporting this guy in nearby neighborhoods, so this wasn't the first night he's been out doing this. The police explained that this guy hadn't been violent on any of the occasions they'd been called. They said it was about the 7th time this month that they have responded to a similar incident in a wealthy neighborhood. I guess he's going around looking for an easy way to make money. He hasn't been face to face with any of the homeowners yet, so maybe he isn't a violent criminal, just a criminal in general. I found the entire experience really interesting yet mortifying. Living through it was probably the most scared I've ever been. My mom, her friend, and their daughter didn't even come back early from their trip after it happened. I thought that was a lame move, but what do I know? For revenge, I ate every single pizza roll they had in the freezer, and if you're wondering, there were 3 bags of 90 pizza rolls. I ate over 270 pizza rolls that weekend, and I have no regrets. I sorely needed them after that borderline traumatic experience with the burglar.
The notification bell slightly distracted me from the overpowering pain I was feeling in my lower lady part, which was only getting severe for the past few days. I grabbed my phone and checked the message, hoping not to be him. And luckily, it wasn't. I didn't realize it had been so long. It was Nicholas, my childhood friend who suddenly went off to college one day and never contacted me again. He had sent me the pictures of Shadow and Willow. Damn, I had missed those 2 fur babies. Well, I miss my friend too, but not as much as these cats. What a surprise! I didn't expect a message from you. My reply was sent within a few minutes. I couldn't hide my excitement since he was one of my few friends I had stayed in high school. Well, if I were to look at it that way, he was the only one who stayed through kindergarten to high school. So, are you in Barcelona? For real? He was typing something, but before he could finish and send it, I texted again. He responded with yes while saying that he was here to stay this time. I told him the truth, that I hadn't visited his home after a few visits 5 years ago when I was not engaged, and how much I missed playing with the 2 softballs. He said I could visit if I wanted, but that felt awkward considering I never visited them. What if his mom thinks I was there to seduce his son, just like the women in Sebastian's family kept saying whenever I engaged greetings with any man? But his positive response put my mind at ease, and I agreed to the visit. Talking with him brought back all the things that I had missed ever since I got engaged, but now I was fed up with all of this. All my life, I had been in nothing but pain. My parents ignored my whimpers since the only thing on their minds was how to expand their business, and how to overflow their already filled pockets. I clearly remember the age when I had been violated by none other than my uncle by blood. It was at the age of 5. and I couldn't even understand what in the world was happening to me. All I could feel was the pain that was caused by his fingers. I still don't understand if I should cry over the malice that was directed at me or feel lucky that her wife entered the room and rushed toward me to save my life from his monstrous husband. By the way, she divorced him in the following month. After that, I started to avoid him whenever he visited our house. And even though I couldn't understand why my mother asked me to keep my mouth shut when I told her about this, now I know the real reason. It was because he was one of the major shareholders in their company. The day I realized that the sick man didn't only harass me, but also assaulted his daughter, who constantly compared to me, was when she jumped down on my throat outside the school and roughed me up. As I was wailing on my own, hesitating to enter the school, I saw a boy staring in my direction, and then he started walking toward me. "You okay?" He stuttered those words, but for some reason, I started to bawl even louder. I was so embarrassed and scared that someone saw me in this state. If Mom found out, she would scold me. So I ran away. Mom did scold me when I reached home, thinking I picked a fight in school, and I didn't correct her either. After doing me up a little bit, she informed me that she was going to visit one of her new friends who was also an investor in the company, so I was supposed to get along with her children. The moment I walked into that home, my eyes met with the same kid from earlier, and I backed away a bit, fearing he would tell my mom about me crying. "I'm Nicholas." I was surprised to see him smiling as he introduced himself to me, as if he had met me for the first time. Thinking he might not remember our previous encounter, I smiled back and introduced myself. And as I was doing this, I did notice him stuttering for a few seconds before gaining composure. It felt good playing with him, till Mom chatted with her friend. Finally, I had a friend of my own. The two of us started to grow closer as friends, since he also went to the same school as me. The day when our school asked if we wanted to enroll in the martial arts and self-defense class, I was the first one to raise my hand. From that day on, I started working hard on making myself stronger so that no one could ever harass me. I was in my 3rd year of middle school when I first saw Sebastian, who was visiting with his father, who was to discuss something with my dad, and I immediately developed a one-sided crush on him. As time passed, my feelings for him remained the same, and the day I first heard about my engagement talk with him, I fell over the moon. And judging by the way he was looking at me with excitement in his eyes, Sebastian felt the same about me. After the graduation, I overheard Mom telling Nicholas's mom about my engagement date getting fixed, and since it was my first time hearing about it, I got embarrassed with all the same excitement as well. I got occupied with all the engagement shopping and preparation that I didn't realize Nicholas left for college until the day I visited his home with my mother to give him an invitation to the party. Just a month after the engagement, everything started to change. Sebastian started to get annoyed with me being friendly to any male, whether it was his father, cousin, or anyone. Annoyance evolved into a rage as he started screaming whenever any guy approached, whether it was my fault or not. The last time I went to visit Nicholas's mom and their cats, he called me asking where I was, and when I told him, he simply said he was on his way to pick me up. As I exited the house and approached him, something hard fell across my face, bruising my cheeks. My head turned to the side, and my eyes met with Nicholas's mother before tears filled in them. I didn't say anything, and silently got in the car. I don't know what Sebastian said to my mom that she somehow managed to convince Nicholas's mother to keep her mouth shut, but I didn't care, because I had already decided never to go there. That slap was nothing in comparison to what he started to do next. At first, I resisted him and used my skills on him to avoid his heinous actions, but he got my parents involved while threatening their partnership, so my parents asked me to stop fighting against him. I still remember my mom's words. "Oh, I had put up with your father all your life, so why can't you? You're going to be his wife anyway, so why not start getting used to it beforehand?" After putting up with it for almost 6 years now, I think it was finally enough, and I was not going to take it anymore. I had been almost a month now since my so-called fiancé Sebastian made his forceful attempt at lovemaking, yet again, And even though I did break his nose, I couldn't save myself from the pain that followed when he broke the wine bottle on that sensitive part between my legs. I couldn't handle the pain and started to lose consciousness. But over the last few years of dealing with such behaviors of his, I had learned to fight that. As he was turning away from me while leaving me in such a state, I grabbed another wine bottle, limped toward him, and broke it on his head, which immediately made him lose consciousness. I took a deep sigh, all the while resisting the feeling of numbness taking over my brain and dragging myself out to his apartment, only to collapse while going down the stairs. I was taken to the emergency room by some residents of the apartment building and got immediate treatment. The wounds were not enough to cut the part too deep, but still, the bleeding wasn't stopping for about an hour or so, and when it finally did, the doctors stitched them. After getting discharged from the hospital, I locked myself in the room, refusing to see any of my parents or Sebastian. I knew if I were to say that I did not want to marry that monster, they would still keep forcing me. So I decided to run away as soon as I got recovery. Even though my visible wounds were healing, the pain just doesn't go away, and the nightmares just won't stop where all these people force me to do things against my will. That was when I received Nicholas's text and we decided to meet. I told him a few things about not wanting to marry Sebastian, but I never told him the reason, because I knew how he was even in school. When someone even just touched me, he would just throw insults at them, so much till they never even come closer to me. He was more like an overprotective brother to me. The next day when I entered his house, I realized no one was there besides him, so the two of us were alone. I also realized how much he had changed from that almost nerdy cute kid who always had the anger on the tip of his nose to this handsome, cheerful man who was giving off a bad boy vibe. We talked for a few moments. Then he told me to head to his room till he was bringing a drink for us. After entering his room, I realized not many things had changed. That was when my gaze went to the novel I lost in the first year of high school. I picked it up and started going through pages when I found a withered lily inside those pages. I remember giving this to him when we entered high school together, but I never realized he was still keeping it. That was when it hit me. Did he like me? I turned my head to the door, only to find him staring at me with a slightly pleased smile that seemed barely visible. For some reason, my heart started thumping with the realization of his feelings for me. He handed the juice gently, and then he opened the beer can that he brought for himself. I was feeling so hot that I gulped the juice in a single breath, and as the last sip was finished, my head started to feel heavy. As I tried to look in the direction of the man standing in front of me, my vision started to get distorted. Since I had grown a little resistant to the drugs and the pain, I was able to fight it in my brain. I felt someone grabbing me and putting me somewhere. Then someone whispered something in my ear that I couldn't understand. But all of this was too terrifying to me, which intensified with the feeling of someone between my legs as a body pushed against mine, triggering back the pain caused by Sebastian. My uncle, Sebastian, and everyone who had mistreated me started to flash in front of my eyes, making my blood curdle. I tried harder to fight the effects of the drugs and was finally able to get through. As I opened my eyes and I looked at the man over me, I couldn't help but see Sebastian's face. All the pain, all the suffering he had caused started to resurface. I immediately grabbed him by his throat and flipped him over, my hands still strangling his neck. Before I could realize the man wasn't my fiancé, it was too late. His breathing had already become too faint for him to get through this. I felt nothing as I saw his last breath leaving his body. No guilt, no sadness, or happiness of killing the man who was exploiting my body. I simply just sat there, staring at his lifeless body with a blank expression. I don't know how many hours passed when I heard someone screaming and calling 911 over me. My senses were still disoriented, and I could not feel anything at that point. A few moments later to the call, I saw someone putting cuffs over my hands and taking me with them. While walking outside the house, I saw Mom and Dad's car stopping in front of the house, and their timorous faces and voices were seen and heard by everyone. My lips formed a smile on their own as they saw me, and their expression change in a rather scared tiff. This smile on my lips was telling them, "Now, you won't be able to force me to marry that weasel."
In my early 20s, I went through a wandering stage. I had just graduated from college and couldn't find a job anywhere. Rather than go a couple $100s into the hole every month paying for rent while searching for a job, I decided to pack up with my few belongings I owned and headed out to see the country. And this is something I cannot recommend enough. Stay off the interstates, pop a train from time to time, and hitchhike with no particular destination in mind. It was this kind of aimless wandering that led me to the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. If you've never experienced them, the Barrens are an amazing place. Huge stands of oak and evergreen trees, many older than time itself, grow out of that strange, sickly soil. Sugar sand, the locals call it in the rainy season, that forms quicksand. And then the dry season, it can still swallow farm machinery whole. Of the few farms that I saw, they all looked like they had seen better times, and many looked like they had sat untouched for decades. There was something alluring about that place, a sort of ancient secret I was afforded glimpses of in the shadows when the wind stirred the trees. The sort of movement at the edge of your vision that follows you throughout the day, but disappears as soon as you turn your head. From time to time, I hiked down old dusty roads. An old pickup truck or a rusted-out car would bound over a hill toward me. Most times, the driver would eye me suspiciously and speed up as they approached. Occasionally, the driver would stop to talk to me for a few minutes. "What are you doing out here?" one old toothless man clad in overalls asked me wandering around. "Seeing what there is to see," I replied. The old man spat out a putrid brown stream into the dust. "Ain't nothing to see around here." When I asked the old man what he meant by that, he made a guttural, throaty sound. I wasn't sure if he was choking on his tobacco or bothered by the question, but he didn't answer. He offered me a ride in his pickup the way that I had come back into town. But when I declined, he spat out into the dirt again and sped off, shaking his head. My eventual plan was to make it to Delaware sometime that summer and meet up with some extended family there, but I was in no hurry. In truth, I had been in heaven these last few weeks, taking my time heading south and exploring anything that caught my eye. I had explored every abandoned building and every cave I had seen. I had half my weight in power bars in my backpack. But over the last 2 months, I had honed my skills at trapping rabbits and gathering wild edibles. Sitting up late at night beside my campfire and sleeping beneath the stars. The night sky in an area so devoid of human influence is beyond comprehension. But tonight, there were clouds moving in, and the sun was disappearing faster than I had grown accustomed to. When the deep roar of thunder shook the valley, I knew that I had better find shelter. In the failing sunlight, I could see in the distance some structures at the top of the hill. I ran the half-mile distance and was disappointed to see that the ancient house and barn were in terrible shape. The roof of the barn had been completely collapsed, and the upper 2 floors of this 3-story house had collapsed into a mangle of ancient wood. Still, the house was my best option, so I made my way toward it as the heavens began to open up. As I'd seen on other properties in the area, this house had a small cemetery in the yard. I ran toward the gaping front door of the dilapidated house, carefully making my way between the headstones. When lightning flashed, I was able to make out the name on several of the headstones, which the elements hadn't completely erased. When they got inside, the floor was spongy, but felt solid enough to hold my weight. I took off my pack and set it near the door, caught my breath, and had a look around. The hinges of the front door had long since rusted away, but I was able to fit the door back into the opening enough to hopefully keep the wind and rain out. At one end of the room, there was a stone fireplace and chimney which was solidly constructed, but I had no wood for a fire. Next to the fireplace was a stairwell full of rubble and cobwebs. I didn't dare apply my weight to those steps, as many had rotted to nothing under their own pitiful weight. Opposite the front door was an opening to an old kitchen of sorts, but when I tried to approach it, my foot went clean through the floor, and I decided to stay put until the storm blew over. The remains of the upper floor did an adequate job of keeping the ground floor dry, and I was able to arrange my sleeping bag so that very little water draining from the upper floors managed to land on it. I got out my harmonica and played for a few minutes, then stopped, apprehensive. I didn't know what I was afraid of, but something had chilled me to my core. Outside, the storm had continued to build in intensity. My eyes were focused on that stairwell, seeing nothing in darkness, and flash blinded when lightning struck. I must have fallen asleep at some point because suddenly I came to with a searing pain in my neck from leaning my head against the wall for so long. Outside, the storm continued to pound down its fury upon earth. As I sat there, rubbing my neck, and began to chuckle to myself for getting wrapped up in the superstition of the area when I heard it. At first, I heard indiscriminate movement of stairs and the ruins of the upper two floors. I was just about to write it off as rats when suddenly it stopped. I froze in place, daring only to move my eyes, and even then, just barely. After 30 seconds of paralytic fear, I smiled at myself again and was just about to settle into my sleeping bag when I looked toward the stairs. At the top of the doorway were a pair of glowing red orbs staring directly at me. Very slowly, they closed down to horizontal slits, then opened up again wider than before. I can't tell you how long I sat there staring at it, staring at me. It could have been a second. It could have been hours. And eventually, my lower-level self-preservation skills began to kick in, and subconsciously, I started reaching for the knife on my belt. Our eyes locked. My hand progressed inch by inch towards my only means of defending myself. Neither of us blinked for what felt like hours, and while the storm raged on, I prayed for another lightning strike so that I might even catch a glimpse of my adversary. But despite the ferocity of the rain, the darkness was absolute. When, at last, my hand reassuringly touched the hilt of my knife, it seemed as if the very fabric of existence was ripped to shreds. The creature began bellowing in the most unearthly, mind-numbing shriek I'd ever heard. Knowing I only had one chance, in one fluid motion, I released the snap that held my knife in place, and released an inside overhand throw that I had practiced during my years of my misspent adolescence. I heard a sickening, wet thunk, and the shrieking increased in volume 100-fold. As I smashed that rotten door to pieces, I heard the creature flapping against the wall and screaming. Just as I wrenched the remains of the door open, a great flash of lightning struck. And all around the house, I saw piles of bones, feathers, and fur. I ran as I had never run before, since I ran into my veins pumped acid and my limbs were stone. I couldn't see where I was going, but I could follow the dirt roads by the sounds of the sugar sand slipping roadside debris into the ditches. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. When the sun finally rose, I collapsed in the middle of the road. Heaving, oblivious to the downpour, I awoke with a startle to the sound of a car horn blaring inches from my head. I leaped to my feet and spun around to see the same old man from yesterday holding his sides with laughter. When I opened my mouth to speak, he motioned with his thumb to the back of his truck. I climbed in without a word, and he began to drive. The events of the previous night had began to replay themselves in my head. What had just happened? No matter how many times I considered what I saw, none of it made any sense. As we drove, I realized how far I had run in the dark. It must have been nearly 10 miles. I was angry with myself for being so terrified by a dream. And that's the only thing that could have been approached from this angle. Everything fit into place and experienced to false awakening. There's so many times in the past when experimenting with dream herbs. I had a nightmare and woke up with adrenaline pumping and abandoned all of my gear in an old house. I suddenly realized that the truck had sat motionless for quite some time, and the old man was turned around in the seat, staring at me. I looked up at him, and he grinned. With sickening horror, I realized that we were at the bottom of the hill on which that wretched house sat. I jumped out of the pickup and thanked the old man who drove off. I slowly walked up the muddy path that led to the house, composing myself. When I reached the yard, I saw the old piles of bones, which had shocked me the previous night during the storm. Of course, there were coyotes and foxes in the area, and I had hunted a couple wild turkeys. The critters probably had their dens around here, and they had been using the house as a windbreak. Inside the house, everything appeared as I had left it. My sleeping bag, my pack, and my harmonica was sitting on the floor, and I could see my knife sticking out of the wall across the room. I packed everything up and put on my backpack, then walked over to the stairs and pulled my knife out of the wall. I was about to return it to the sheath on my belt when I looked at the blade and noticed the dried-on blood and that clump of oily black hair stuck to it.
Hey Maria, guess where I am? I called my sister the moment I landed in my hometown Barcelona. Let me guess, one of those bars where you pick girls to harass. Her saying that made me feel a bit embarrassed, but she wasn't wrong since I'd gone to a different path there. It had been more than 6 years since I last visited after going to New York for college. Well, I wouldn't make any excuses for that, looking at how I was a bit occupied with my bad influence of friends. My sister Mariana had given me calls almost every other day to check on me and ask when I was coming, and now due to a minor issue, I had no other choice but to visit my hometown, and this time, I was here to stay. No, I just landed in Barcelona, silly. As I said that, I could hear her squeal in excitement, which made me laugh a little bit. After telling her that I would be home in an hour, I disconnected the call. Breathing the air of the place where you grew up sends a different calmness in one's mind. As childhood memories mingled with my thought, her face suddenly popped up after such a long time. Catalina. It had been almost 5 years since her name crossed me. It was as if my past was completely entangled with her reminiscence. She was one of the reasons I hastened to the college in New York, as I couldn't bear to watch her affection toward her good-for-nothing fiancé. That was also why I avoided all possible contact with her, and why I avoided my visits for all those years. Well, that and the partying with the girls. I wonder if she married him yet. Well, whatever the case, who am I to worry about that? Even after that, my subconscious mind couldn't stop thinking about her, as if a part of me wanted to avoid her. Another part of me was longing to see her. The first time I saw her was in kindergarten. She was standing outside the school with her knees covered in bruises, and the red of her hair was different than I'd ever seen. The first time I saw that shade of hair was hers, which was more carmine than normal red, and her big dopey emerald green eyes met mine. Even though I had no idea what I was feeling, I could say that I was captivated by her. My legs moved on their own, making their way to her as she looked a bit fearful while sniffling. The word came out of my mouth without my will. "Are you okay?" She blinked twice before her sniffles got louder, leaving me perplexed about what to do. But before I could say anything else, she ran away crying. That evening, a friend of Mom was to arrive for a visit, and she had instructed us to be on our best behavior. But the moment I saw a familiar redhead walking in with the lady Mom introduced as her newly made friend, I got rather intrigued by her presence. The two of us were introduced to each other, and we became friends swifter than I anticipated. My one-sided feeling for her started growing along with our age, but I was in denial of it because until the time we got to high school, I started to notice other guys taking interest in her. I swear whenever I saw any wanker eyeing her, I wanted to gouge those buttons out of their heads and knock their teeth out. And that was when I realized I hated picturing her with someone other than me. That day, I decided to confess my feelings to her. That was the day we graduated from high school. I was on my high horse that entire day thinking she was going to be mine, until she came over with her mom to my house. I was fantasizing about her in broad daylight as I watched her eyes dropping on our mom's conversation, when I noticed her blushing to her ears, and that was not intended for me. My eyes automatically paid attention to the conversation going on in that room, and as the words crossed them, my heart started to sink by the second. They were talking about her engagement, but that was too soon. She had just graduated from high school. But on further listening to them, I got to know it was to strengthen the business between the two families. My gaze went to her blushing cheeks and her slightly curled lips into a smile announcing the rejection of my feelings. The following week, that guy who was to marry Catalina arrived, and I couldn't bear to see the way she reacted to his every word. Those reactions were supposed to be mine, and I was this close to cutting him into pieces, but was holding myself back. I had already applied to a few college applications and was already accepted in some, but before all of this transpired, I was planning on staying here thinking she was going to accept me, which didn't seem to be the case now. So I decided to choose the college in New York and scurried there within the next 15 days. To avoid any thoughts of her entering my mind, I did everything. Party, drinks, drugs, girls, even forced redheaded ones into my bed. And eventually, I blocked all her memories. I had been a real mess for the past 6 years, and not just any mess, but getting into trouble, illegal messes. The reason I rushed back home was that I got entangled in the murder of 3 boys. I did stab one of them, but the other 2 were not my doing. Luckily, the police still had no clue about our involvement, so to avoid any further confrontation, I thought it'd be best to come back home. I didn't even realize when I reached home amid all this reminiscing. Mariana was right outside the house with a big grin on her face, and the moment I got out the cab, she ran into my arms. "Welcome, brother." It had been such a long time since I'd seen my dear sister, that instead of bickering like always, I embraced her as well. My family had 2 British short hair cats at the home who must have been of 7 years by now. And since I still had Catalina's number, I sent her a picture of them with a text that said, "I didn't realize it's been so long." Her reply was rather quick and full of excitement, asking me if I had returned and how much she missed playing with those cats. "You can play with them if you want to," I replied, hoping she would understand what I meant. "How do you suppose that to happen?" Her reply came pretty fast. "You come over?" I texted her back. After taking her sweet time, she texted, I don't know, it's been quite a long time since I last visited your house. What would Auntie think?" "Don't worry, I'm sure she misses you too. And if you're too uncomfortable, why not come when they are not home?" I said that because I knew everyone had work to do, so our house was mostly empty during the day. She gave a positive response and said she would be visiting the next day. The 2 of us talked for the entire night over texting, and I found out she didn't get married yet. She was having second thoughts about the guy since he was abusive and had done many unexplainable things to her over the years, adding to her previous traumas. At the moment, she was trying her best to avoid meeting with him. I know her suffering shouldn't make me happy, but I was feeling content that he treated her badly, which meant I had another shot with her. Just this time, I had to make her mine by any means necessary. Living in the bad places of New York had woken a rather diabolical side of me, and I guess that was the reason that a heinous plan was cooking immediately in my mind. The next day, she arrived on time, and the moment my eyes landed on her, I started to feel intoxicated by her presence. She had grown into an even more beautiful woman than she was before, and since there was no one at home, I could put my little diabolical plan into action. I asked if she wanted to have a look around my room while I made drinks for the 2 of us, and as she climbed upstairs to my room, I put the same drug I had used on many other women in the past years. When I got there, her entire focus was on a book, and the more I looked at her, the more breathtaking she felt to me. I handed her the glass with juice while I gulped my beer. The moment she took the last sip, I could tell that the effects had started to take over her, and she fell asleep. I put her gently on my bed. "I'm sorry, love, but I have to do this, so you can't slip away this time," I whispered in her ears as I leaned over her and nibbled her ear. Damn, she smelled so good. Her aroma was taking over my remaining senses. I slowly placed my hands on her thigh and started proceeding further. As I was in the middle of doing that, she suddenly opened her eyes, which only got bigger in shock, and I could feel a rush of panic taking over her mind as she grabbed my throat and flipped me over. Ah, yes, how did I forget she excelled in martial arts and self-defense, even when she was just in middle school? But how did the effect wear off?
This had to have happened sometime in the early 2000s. My husband was still spending most of the time on the road working for one of the major insurance companies. As a result of this, myself and our young daughter spent the majority of our days alone. A few years prior, we had purchased a new home on a somewhat isolated piece of land, and the journey between town and home could often be harrowing, especially at times of heavy rain. Most of the last 5 miles of the road that led to the house was nothing more than loose gravel and wasn't very wide for that matter. My daughter and I found ourselves stuck on this section of road on a really bad night. I did all that I could to keep our old Subaru on the road, but the rain made visibility almost impossible. It wasn't long until I misjudged one curve and ended up in the ditch. Fortunately, my husband had the foresight to sign us up to one of those roadside assistant programs. I contacted them and was told that the weather was keeping them busy, but they would get to us as soon as possible. Not knowing how long we'd be stuck there, I made my daughter as comfortable as I could and waited. The rain stopped soon after, and I was now able to see how far away from home we were. I estimated it was about 2.5 miles to the house and considered walking, until remembering no one was at home to retrieve the car later. Help was on its way, so I could wait. Within 10 minutes of the accident, I could see the headlights of a truck coming towards us and began to get excited. However, it didn't turn out to be a tow truck. Instead, it was an older man driving a rusty pickup. When he saw the car, he slowed down and looked into it as he passed. I thought he was about to offer to pull us out, but he continued down the road. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but 5 minutes later, the rusty truck approached us coming from the other direction at a very slow speed. He stared at me once again as he passed, even making eye contact with me briefly, but didn't stop. Things were beginning to look odd, but I thought maybe he was lost and turning around to return to the highway. He wasn't obligated to help. Perhaps he thought I was parked instead of stuck. He probably wasn't from around there and was just trying to get home like I was. Things didn't start to get scary until I noticed the same truck coming toward us for a third time. It had gotten completely dark by this point, and most women I know feel much less safe once the sun goes down. This situation made things even more sketchy. He did his usual by now slow drive-by. What was different this time was that he stopped the truck after he passed and did a quick 3-point turn in the road. He was now facing us again, stopped about 10 yards away. Rather than get out and come over to offer aid, he sat in the cab and watched for a few minutes. Only now did he open the door and begin to get out of the truck. Almost as soon as his foot hit the pavement, a pair of headlights appeared from the other direction. The man stayed where he was, just watching and waiting for a minute before it was close enough to see it was a tow truck. Once he saw this, he jumped back in his cab and made a quick U-turn and sped away from us. My heart was stuck in my throat as I watched this play out, and not until I could read the name of the company on the side of the tow truck could I begin to relax. The tow truck driver didn't hesitate to pull his truck in front of us and hook up to my car. I was finally confident he was there to help, and I got out to thank him. He had us out of the ditch in a few minutes, and we were on our way. For the remainder of the journey, I kept my eyes open for the rusty truck, and even as I drove up our drive, I feared I'd see him lying in wait for me. He was not, thankfully, and I got my daughter into the house for the night. When my husband returned from his latest trip, I told him about what had happened during the last storm, but I left out the part with the strange truck. I knew it would only make him more stressed when he was away, and at that time, he had no other choice but to continue his trips. Because of this latest trouble, he went out and purchased an almost new Jeep with a 4x4 transmission for me. I was over the moon to get it, and I never got stuck again, even on the muddy parts of our property. It didn't take long for the stranger in the rusty truck to pass from my mind. However, for the next 2 weeks, I caught myself looking for it any time I was on that stretch of road. I had almost completely forgotten about that incident until just recently, when I saw a truck similar to it at the store. It, of course, was not the same one, but it caused it all to come flooding back and motivated me to write this. Fortunately, in the preceding years since then, the county has paved and widened the roads, and my wonderful husband gets to come home to us every night. My friends and I went on a camping trip for 3 days in the desert last fall, 2019. We went out to hike, explore, and go shooting where we could without posing danger to anyone else. There were about 7 of us in total, and of those 7, myself and 2 others are emergency medical professionals. We'll call my 2 EMS friends A and E. We set up camp near the road in an area that had an embankment that would make for a good and safe range. The first day and night went well. However, I remember as the sun was setting, a truck slowly drove by with a large trailer in tow. Normally this wouldn't catch my eye, but I noticed the cargo, though covered, didn't look like it could be any sort of camping gear, and the truck bed was empty. The 2 men in the cab of the vehicle and I locked eyes as they passed. I gave a friendly wave and a smile, but they just stared at me, emotionless. After a moment, they both turned away and floored it out of sight, trailer rumbling in suit. I didn't think much of it at the time, so just went about my business for the night until bedtime. My second day was full of more hiking and shooting. We stopped at around dusk as to not disturb other nearby campers with loud gunfire. As darkness fell, we made our bonfire and cracked open a beer and just talked for quite some time. Amid the conversation, I saw a slight reddish glow drop behind a nearby hill and vanish. I brought it up with the group and asked, "Did anyone else see that?" No one else had seen what I did, so I excused it as mistaking it as an ember from the fire. Around 10 minutes go by and I see it again, except it was high in the sky and deeper into the desert. "It's a flare," said one of the group. "An emergency flare, maybe," I added. We decided that if we see another one go off, some of us would go see if there was anyone in need of help, as we brought advanced medical supplies. A few minutes go by and sure enough, we spot another flare, a little bit west of where the last one was seen. We made a plan, A.E., myself, and another one of our friends who we'll call Jay, and we would venture out in A's truck to find whoever needed help. Now, certain areas of the desert we were in has been used by cartels as hidden transport routes before, so we also brought some of our firearms just in case we needed to protect ourselves from an attack. We loaded up our medical equipment, hopped into the truck, and began driving out, leaving the others to keep watch if whoever needed help came to the camp. We headed in the direction of the last flare seen, windows rolled down, listening for calls for help, as well as announcing that if someone was in distress, they should call out to us. Continuing on, another flare shot up further west than the last, illuminating the rocky hills in a dim red hue. I called out the direction, and we found a small dried ravine that we could use as passage. We turned down the dark ravine and drove for some time, the only light being that of the truck, which only seemed to make the overwhelming darkness that much more imposing. All while calling out but hearing nothing in return, another flare came up close by, but still too far to see anyone. We continued forward until we hit the end of the ravine, which led to somewhat of a natural cul-de-sac surrounding by rocky hills on 3 sides. We hopped out and searched the area for a bit with our flashlights. We yelled out again, but no one responded. It was empty, but we could have sworn this was where it came from. After searching a bit more to be thorough, we decided to check another area down the main road. The end of the ravine was tight for the truck, but there was just enough room to make a U-turn. Jay and I decided to hop in the truck bed for the search so we could see more than what the back seat would allow. As we turned out, a large cloud of dust and gravel hit me with a loud accompanying hiss. "What the F just happened?" yelled A. "Think you blew a tire there, buddy," I replied. We hopped out and inspected and found that his rear passenger side tire had blown, but I noticed something a bit off. The blow was on the wall of the tire and clean, not on the bottom and jagged as would be if it hit a sharp rock. I brought up how suspicious that was, but they reasoned that it must have just been a larger sharp stone. As they got to work replacing the tire with the spare, I stood watch. There was some difficulty with changing the wheel. The tire iron bent, and so did one of the lug nuts. As they worked, I heard something approach me quickly from the darkness. I immediately turned and drew my pistol, turning the light towards the sound. A large rock had rolled down one of the jagged hills to my right and stopped about 10 feet from me. I shone my light up to the top. I didn't see anything but some small rocks and gravel still tumbling down the slope. I almost laughed at how I reacted, but then another rock began tumbling down towards me, a few feet away from the same area. I shined my light again, but saw no one. I became a bit paranoid. Those rocks were too big to be moved by any animal, and they both came from the same direction. I relayed the information to my friends, but they blew it off, saying I was getting too paranoid. I agreed that was a possibility, but I never let my guard down. My gut feeling was telling me something was wrong. I was on edge the whole time, even thinking to myself that the flares might be some kind of trap or lure. In the meantime, we were cracking jokes about our luck. "Hey, this situation sucks, but I'm glad I'm in it with y'all," said A, and the feeling was mutual. My buddies had just finished up replacing the tire when yet another flare rocketed off in the sky near the ravine entrance we took and fell back down to earth nearby. We called out as we loaded back up into the truck, but once more, we were met with silence. We drove back down to the beginning of the trail and saw no one. We began to doubt if anyone was in trouble and if it was just some dumb kids playing around with a flare gun, which is illegal to misuse. With that said, we weren't going to give up that easily. We began driving deeper into the desert on the main road when another flare was spotted. This one was what puzzled us. Up until then, they were all in roughly the same area. This one was way further northwest of the last one. How are they all the way over there now? I wondered. If these are some idiot teens doing this, we needed to tell them that they can't just go off causing worry like that. It's really irresponsible, said E. We did agree that if that's the case, we should talk to them and their parents. We don't take emergencies lightly. We pushed on towards the last seen light, which led us to something that puzzled us even more. We arrived at a dark campsite surrounded by 2 hills. The headlights revealed 2 tents, scattered belongings, and an old fire pit. We exited the vehicle and began our approach on foot, but something was wrong. The tents were unoccupied but still had a load of gear inside and out, and the fire pit was clearly stomped out with coals just barely glowing. It looked like it was quickly abandoned. Even if they went hiking or out on a walk, they left their equipment, shoes, packs, everything. As I searched, I found an even more unsettling sight. Shotgun shells. 12 gauge, and they weren't old. They had to have been fired recently. There was no dust on them. Even after half a day in the desert, they'd be covered in dirt carried by the wind, and they still smelled of gunpowder. I showed my buddies and they agreed this was too odd. We later found deep tire marks like someone left in a hurry. And that's when I saw it. It was an ominous orange glow coming from over the north hill that overlooked the abandoned campsite. I asked E to accompany me to go check it out. As we ascended the hill, we heard a small noise grow louder and louder. Once we reached the top, we looked down into a barren valley to see what I couldn't make out at first. "What's that?" asked E. I didn't answer him at first as I was focused on what was before us. Roughly 50 yards away, there was a large circle of dark figures in hoods and robes, arms stretched to their sides, and all of them vocalizing in a low chant. In the center was a wide ring of fire, and in the center of the flames, revealed by the fire's light, was an immensely large black pyramid frame. I mean, this thing was giant. A bit off behind the group, the truck and trailer I saw earlier with some other vehicles. "I think it's a cult," I replied. As I spoke those words, the chanting stopped, and the group of what must have been 50 people all turned towards us in silence. At that moment, I realized I never turned off my flashlight. They all raised their arms once more and let out a horrifying and loud wail. First just one, and then they all began to join in until the sound was overtaking my own thoughts. "We gotta get the F out of here, now!" I told E in a hushed but anxious tone. We turned and booked it down the hill. "Start the truck," E yelled. A and J looked at us confused and almost amused. "Why is that?" chuckled A. "It's a cult, and they know we're here," I explained out of breath. A and J could see that we weren't playing, and so he ushered us into the truck and we hauled it out and back to camp. As we got back onto the main road, something happened that made A and J fully believe us and confirmed my suspicions about the flares. From every hill along the main road, flares shot up into the sky from all sides, illuminating the desert around us, either a warning or a threat. As we would drive, more and more would fly above us, encompassing the sky above until we got far enough away and the flares fell and faded behind us. We got back and explained everything to the rest of camp, happy to be back with our lives. They looked as though they didn't fully believe it, but they also knew we wouldn't just make something up like this. We speculated that that was either some kind of lure or a warning system for the cult. We slept close that night and kept firearms nearby. When we awoke, we cleaned up and got ready to leave. I was clearing debris from the range when I stumbled onto something that wasn't there before. A small wooden pyramid frame, charred black and still smoldering. I called attention to it and we promptly left. We got back and went on with our lives. I think back to this event every now and then, and I'm thankful that my friends and I weren't harmed, and I hope the owners of that abandoned camp were able to escape unscathed. I have no idea what that cult was or who those people were. I have no clue if they were a legitimate cult or just some people trying to prank campers. I'm fortunate that I've not had any other run-ins like this, but I now know there are some strange people in that desert.
It was around 3:45. I was still awake and scrolling through the Instagram when I saw Shreya, my best friend, had posted a picture of herself 25 seconds ago. She was smiling in it, but there were multiple cuts on her arm. It looked like she had done it herself. I got worried and tried calling her, but after one ring, the number got switched off. I thought she must be depressed or something. Maybe she had broken up with her boyfriend and that's why she did it. So I didn't take it seriously. Shreya had a habit of carving cuts on her arms and writing things whenever she fought with her boyfriend. Trust me, I never liked that guy. He was so toxic that every time I saw him, my blood started to boil. Shreya met him through the Instagram, and after being friends with him for about 6 months, she got into the relationship. At first, he was very sweet to her, always dotting on her, sending her presents, taking her out, and talking to her with hours and whispering sweet nothing into her ears. But after a few months of relationship, he started to change. One day when she was talking to him about her friends, he suddenly slapped her hardly. He later apologized, saying he got jealous when she mentioned a male friend. That male friend was me. After that, it started to increase. He was a manipulative bastard who made Shreya believe that everything was her mistakes. Every single time they fought, he would manipulatively make the argument to an extent where Shreya would think that it was really her mistake, and he would stop talking to her. Shreya, after trying everything to make up with him, would end up cutting her hands in the end. And after that, he would talk to her and scold her for harming herself. One day, he checked her Instagram and read all of her conversations. At the time, Shreya was in the bathroom, but as soon as she got out, he slapped her multiple times and started beating her non-stop. She asked the reason multiple times, but he did not tell her until he was finished with her. He told her that he is furious that she talks to other guys over Instagram. After that, he made her cut contact with everyone else. It started happening more and more. He would often beat her if there was something he was pissed. And the audacity that even after beating her and mistreating her, he would get angry and not talk to her until she posted a picture of herself with cuts on her hands. I was her best friend before he came into the picture, so I was constantly worried about her, but she stopped talking even to me. The next day, I woke up at noon. After getting freshened up, I went to the kitchen, grabbed a plate, and poured some rice and a mixed veg that my mom cooked. After that, I went to the living room, sat on the sofa while crossing my legs. I opened the Instagram to check if Shreya posted something else, but she didn't. After about an hour, I got a notification that she was live. When I opened it, I saw it was her psycho boyfriend who had grabbed her hair and was pulling her. She was screaming, and the blood was dripping from her nose, lips, and her knees were badly damaged. He was saying, "Which one of these friends do you talk to?" and shouted on the camera. "Which one of you son of bitch she talks to? Answer me." He was beating her from his own paranoia. I got super worried for her and immediately contacted the police. I also took the keys of my bike and head out. I drove as fast as I could towards her house. I was wishing for her to be alive, but I was too late. When I got there, he had already called the police himself and turned himself over to them. When he saw me, he started shouting like a madman, "I finally killed her! No one of you can have her now!" After saying this, he started to laugh. It looked like he had lost his mind. He himself confessed to the police that they were having an argument over something when she suddenly said she wanted to break up. She told him that she was fed up and tired from his fights and beating. He jokingly asked her that if she cuts her hands deeper that she used to cut it for him, he would believe her and break up with her. That was when she did it and posted it on her Instagram. The next morning when he saw it, he got furious and went straight to her apartment. He said he just wanted to beat her and scare her so that she doesn't leave him. But when she kept denying it and persisting that she wanted to break up, he got so angry that he thought she is asking this because she is cheating on her with someone. That is when he came live through her account. After that, he kept beating her without even realizing that she had died. And when he noticed, he felt guilty and wanted to turn himself in. So he called the police on himself. Shreya's family was informed immediately. When they heard the news, they were heartbroken and upset. They bawled their eyes out and were crying like hell, mourning her. Her parents looked like they have been robbed from everything and even more. They couldn't talk properly without crying. As I am standing in her funeral right now, there's a picture of her on my phone that I took before she met that psychopath boyfriend. In the picture, she is smiling so brightly that it could make anyone's heart flutter. I posted it on my story while tears were dripping down my cheek and wrote, "I never got to tell you how I felt." "Are you sure you're going to be all right at home?" Mom asked one more time before leaving. "Yes, Mama, I'll be fine. Now go." I almost pushed her after saying that. "Don't worry, your father will be back at 10 p.m., so you won't be alone for long," she said, looking at me in concern. "Yeah, I know. Now, bye. Otherwise, you guys are going to be late," I said with a smile. "She is right, Mom. If you keep this up, we are going to be late." Guess who might have said that? The sister you never wanted, but ended up getting and loving younger sister Gracie. I teased her by sticking out my tongue before shutting the door behind them. She gets annoyed whenever I do that. You guys must be wondering where they're going and why in the world I was staying at home. Well, they are going to Taylor Swift's music concert, which I would have given anything to go to. Since I have recently started to develop new symptoms where even the slightest loud noise makes my head throb, I couldn't. Doctors have suggested that there was a possibility that I'm developing hyperacusis in one of my ears, but it could be something else as well. So here I am missing my favorite singer's concert. Now that I was home alone, I wasn't going to let this chance go to waste. I was about to put this time to good use. So I put on my earplugs and went to the kitchen to make a few snacks for my entertainment time. Looking at how loud noises affected me, I resisted my urge to put music on, but I could still do some dance moves without it. So with not so expert steps, I went ahead and made some popcorn for myself. Sandwich was already in the sandwich maker, and now all I needed was some cookies and a Coke bottle from the refrigerator, and my feast would start. Once I was done, I grabbed them and took them upstairs to my room, where my one-person party was going to be held. I was never much of a movie person. Instead, my alone times were dedicated to books and comics that were far more interesting than any movie. Once I started reading a book, I wouldn't put it down until I was finished. And the moment the ending was read by me, it would feel like the world had come to an end. The process keeps repeating itself with all the interesting books I find. Now I love books and reading stuff, but I'm not that good at studying. I'm just an average student. You know, whenever my relatives visit and invade my privacy by barging into my room, they think I'm a book nerd who must be studying all the time as they look around and judge by the amount of books in my room. They would be like, "Wow, Chloe must be a genius. You guys must be so proud." I wish my child was like her, and my parents go, yeah, sure. But I know just by looking at their eyes what they think whenever this happens. Study, yeah, my ass. My parents are cool about such things and they never discuss our results score with anyone. Guess they might have suffered the same thing in the past to be this way. And I feel so thankful to them whenever my classmates say that their parents shame them by comparing their score with their neighbor's kids or some relative's kids. Well, enough with all this. Let's get back to me entering my room with a handful of snacks. After putting them carefully on the bed, I went ahead and grabbed one of my favorite books, and the moment I opened it to read, my phone started vibrating. Annoyingly, I looked over the screen only to see it was Adam texting me. He was my boyfriend, but I wasn't talking to him because of an argument we had, and now that I tried to remember what started it, I couldn't remember. Accepting defeat was not going to happen, so I stayed mad until he apologizes to me first for whatever we argued, since I know it might have been a mistake in the first place. I still replied to his text message, a bit of a cold response per se, but if he were to try a little bit harder, I was going to forgive him with a little added sexting to bonus it. And looking at his constant messages, he was going to earn that bonus. After a few apologetic and cutesy messages of his, we made up and started talking naughty things. As I was busy on the phone, I heard a thud sound coming from downstairs, which was rather loud since it sent a headache to me, but thinking it was Dad, I ignored it. An urge to pee made me get up from my bed and walk downstairs, and as I was walking to the toilet, I saw from the corner of my eye that the sensor light on the front door was turned on, which meant someone was there. "Dad, you home?" I asked, but there was no response. I didn't think of it much and went inside the restroom to finish my business. After about 10 minutes, I got out there only to notice the sensor light was still on. "Dad, what are you still standing there for?" As I walked there while saying this, I froze, as I saw no one was there and the light was still on. My heart leaped to my throat. There was no way the sensor light had a problem since it was brand new, so why in the world was it still on? I was nervous and terrified, thinking what might be standing there, but instead of turning and running back to my room, my legs just froze, refusing to move. I stood there panic-stricken for about 1 minute when the light suddenly turned off, giving me another jump scare. That was when the doorknob started to move, and with the opening door, the light turned on again. I was about to scream when I saw Dad standing there with his hand on his chest. Guess he might have been surprised seeing me standing frozen there. "Ah, Dad, you scared me. Why did you go back outside? And what is up with this stupid light?" He seemed to be startled as I asked him that. He looked up at me before saying, "What are you talking about, Chloe? I just got here." Upon hearing that, my face turned pale, and I hesitantly looked over at the sensor light. "Dad, can you get the sensor light checked?" I said with my slight trembling voice. Guess Father sensed something was wrong, and he nodded yes. After that, I went directly to my room and hid myself under the blanket. It might have just been my imagination, but I was still feeling scared to my core, thinking, what if it wasn't? The next day, vindication in the light that there was nothing wrong with it doubled the fear in me. Nothing out of the ordinary happened after that one incident, but I'm still scared of it to this day. At times, I wonder what in the world it was that day. Was there something paranormal in action? This story occurred during the 2017 Christmas holiday. I was living in a city about 700 miles away from where I grew up. Every year for the last 5, I'd return to my parents' home to celebrate the holidays with them. This year would be no different. My job at the time was to provide customer service for a global computer software company based in my state. 5 days a week, I spoke to customers, some furious and some clueless. The call that spawned this mess started like almost any other. The gentleman on the phone had a few questions regarding his warranty. I answered them as well as I could. Once or twice, there was a brief gap in the call as I waited for the computer to give me the information I needed. As you do during periods of silence, the caller began making small talk. I joined in, not thinking anything bad would become that. Over the course of the discussion, he made note of my accent and asked what state I was from. I answered, and it turned out that he lived in that state. Before I knew it, we were discussing our hometowns, and he turned out to live just a town over from the one I grew up in. The entire conversation seemed innocent. When he asked if I ever went back home, I said I did every Christmas. Nothing more was said after that. He thanked me for my help and hung up. The call was so ordinary that I'd forgotten about it by the end of my shift. A few weeks would pass, and I would take a flight back home to celebrate with my parents. The scary part of the story begins here. It was December 23rd, and I was helping my folks put up the tree. Doorbell rang, and when I opened the door, a man had been recognized on the porch. I kindly asked him if I could help. He looked at me puzzled and said something like, "Mike, come on, it's Daryl." These are not our actual names, of course. When I talked to you on the phone, we made plans to hang out. Honestly, I had no idea what this man was talking about. He reminded me, and the discussion slowly came back to me. I did remember some vague talk about us possibly getting together, but no vital information had been shared. I was trying to be nice with you to do strangers with common connections and never had any intention of meeting the guy. Most men understand this silly game, but he obviously didn't. He had me backed into a corner, and I didn't want to be rude, so I made up a story about being needed around the house. This wasn't a complete lie. I suggested we could possibly meet up the next day and ask for his phone number. The answer seemed to please him, and he laughed. I'm ashamed to admit it took me a few hours for the oddity of the situation to hit me. First and foremost, how in God's name did he get my parents' address? I knew for a fact I never gave it to him. I'm still not sure how he got my last name. The creepiness of the situation made me shiver. Now I found myself at a crossroad. Did I call him and ask how he found me? Or do I just ghost him and hope I didn't hear from him again? After a long night of tossing and turning, I chose the latter. Call me worse all you want, but I very much dislike confrontations. This path just sounded easier to me, and it's too bad it didn't work. Christmas Eve arrived, and I planned to spend it with my extended family. Things went well until my phone began to ring around 10:30 that evening. No one I knew would call me that late, so I thought answered with a bit of curt tone in my voice. And Darrow came at me with an attitude from the start. I'm the one that should be mad. We were supposed to go out tonight and you bailed on me. His tone set me off. I told him I never promised him anything, and he shouldn't assume someone would be free to drop everything on Christmas to meet up with a stranger. He began to talk, but I cut him off. I continued by asking how I got my personal information and told him I didn't appreciate him showing up unannounced. You told me your last name when we talked about hanging out. Don't you remember? I just looked up your parents' address in the phone book. I was at a loss for words. I still insist I never gave my last name, but somehow he got it. Him saying I did name even matter. There was no way I was going to let this dude gaslight me. I'd have enough of his games, and as calmly as possible, I told him to never contact me again and hung up. As far as I was concerned, it was over. Only after I calmed down that I began to wonder how he got my cell number. And this made me furious. So furious, I threw my phone against the wall as hard as I could in fury. And now that I think about it, it was probably the right idea. Christmas Day was spent with my parents and went by quite except for one creepy interruption. I'm not sure Daryl was involved, but it's highly likely. In the time we were sitting down for dinner, my parents' home phone rang. My mom answered it and said hello a number of times, but the caller didn't speak. My mom, being busy, shrugged her shoulders and hung up. My guard was up and considered the recent events. I figured it was Daryl trying to intimidate my family. Fortunately, I kept my family out of the business and they thought nothing of it. The subsequent incidents I was expecting never came, and the remainder of my time there went by smoothly. My last encounter with Dara was probably the creepiest of them all. The morning of the 27th was my final day in town. I was scheduled for an 11 a.m. flight. My dad and I were heading out at around 8, and I was standing next to the car to giving my mom one last hug. I happened to glance over my shoulder and caught sight of someone standing behind a tree. They were about 50 yards away, but I could tell it was Daryl. It shocked me, but I was able to hide it from my parents. I insisted my dad we needed to go, There was no way for me to know what he had planned, but I had a hunch my presence was keeping him there, as we passed him a step behind the tree. But the tree was too small to conceal him, and our eyes met one another's, and I could see the hate seething from him. It was honestly one of the most surreal experiences of my entire life. My dad noticed at that point and made a comment about how lonely a crazy person would be out on 27-degree morning, and he had no idea how right he was. The flight home went out without a hitch. I was relieved to be back to somewhere I felt safe. The possibility of Daryl doing something to my parents stayed with me for several months, but things turned out to be just as I thought. I must have been the sole focus of his obsession or whatever you want to call it. There was always the worry that he'd show up in my apartment, but that never materialized, thank God. Work was awkward. With every call I expected to hear at Daryl on the other end, that too never occurred. And now that I'm working and living elsewhere, I'm not as worried. Nonetheless, I'm always aware of my surroundings. You can never be sure when your enemy may decide the time is right to pounce. It may all be a product of an overactive imagination, but I'd rather be safe and sorry. After all, I've got a family to worry about now. Yes, I've actually had a stalker, and I'm one of the rare and unfortunate male victims of what legally is known as a fixated person. It all began when I first started my career as a radio DJ whilst in my early 20s. It was only for a local radio station that covered my home city and the surrounding area, so the show I ran wasn't nearly as widely received as national or digital stations, but we still got a couple of 100,000 listeners a day. And let me tell you, that was still a rush knowing so many people could hear my voice. Like most radio stations, we ran a lot of phone-in style segments and competitions for our listeners. And it was through interacting with the public that I came to earn myself a few regular callers. Not quite people are called fans, since saying that about myself is way too cringy, but they were definitely people we relished talking to, since they generated such excellent content. For example, there was this one older black lady, Phyllis. She had to be in her 60s or 70s. We got talking about how she was never married, a little playful flirting ensued, and before I know it, the segment is going viral on social media and beyond. I have to admit, the segments were hilarious, and for the most part, I enjoyed my interactions with our callers. But there was one girl who reminded me that being in the public eye, or ear in my case, can have some serious drawbacks. The girl only ever called in to try and talk to me, interrupting competitions or calling events, and generally making a nuisance of herself. We started screening her calls, but she just found ways to call from different numbers using a different name, and sometimes a different voice, so she'd be able to get through undetected. It got to the stage where our producer actually took over one of our calls off air, warning her that we'd ever charge with harassment if she didn't stop calling. That kind of worked, but it also kind of really didn't too. She stopped calling all right, but instead she started showing up in the parking lot and trying to talk to me after I got off work. She tracked me down at public appearances, caused all kinds of beef on her social media pages, and even picketed the entrance of the station, telling everyone who passed what a-holes we were. Over time, her behavior went from innocent but irritating to outright vicious. She was not happy that we'd banned her from calling it, but instead of blaming the producer, everything involved the show was his call, and his alone. She blamed me. She was so mad about it too. I'm talking frighteningly irate, and as soon as my producer heard about it, he pretty much marched me down to the police department to file a complaint. He had 30 years of experience. He'd dealt with people stalking his DJs before, and it was honestly chilling when he said something along the lines of, "Look, either you deal with us now, or it gets worse and worse until she eventually murders you. And since I don't have the time or the emotional capacity for that, we're going to the cops." I figured I'd be a relatively short and simple process of filing a report, maybe a court date to file a restraining order or something. But as soon as we mentioned who the stalker was, the cops taking our statement looked up as if the name was familiar to him. My producer straight up asked him if she was involved with stalking prior to myself, and although he didn't give us a concrete answer, telling us that he'd put us in touch with a couple of detectives ASAP. That spoke volumes. The next day, I get a call from the detective telling me he was from something called the FTA, or the Fixated Threat Assessment Department. Basically the cops who deal with stalkers before they work themselves up to actually hurting their victims. And these guys had dealt with my stalker on a number of previous occasions. In fact, she was something of a regular customer of theirs, and they had some very, very bad news for me. Some stalkers remain a benign irritation for their victims, too obsessed to not let go, but too shy to actually act on their fixation. My stalker was not one of those. She had a distinct pattern to her behavior, and that consisted of her getting very violent very quickly. She managed to avoid outright incarceration because most of the crimes she committed were low-level property damage or theft, but she definitely had a potential for actual body harm. One of her victims was subject to an attack which she tried to spray industrial-strength solvent into the guy's eyes. I'm not sure how much permanent damage that would have done, but there was a clear intention to take his sight away from him for good. That's when I actually started to get scared. She was smaller than me, weaker than me, probably slower than me, but she still presented an actual risk. I couldn't remain vigilant and protect myself 24/7. And if I wanted to remain working on a public platform, I was just going to have to man up and accept the certain risks came with that. Came to the decision, and I wasn't going to squander my radio career just because of one crazy. It had been my absolute dream since I was old enough to work the dials on my dad's car stereo. It was a hell worth dying on, even if the metaphor might someday turn literal. At that point, I got back in touch with the FTA cop to find out what came next. The one thing she didn't know about me was where I lived, and I intended to keep it that way. And what came next was like something out of a spy novel. A plainclothes cop came over to my apartment to teach me what amounted to counter-surveillance. It was all stuff you might imagine, varying my routines home from work, making random turns and doubling back on myself, varying my schedule so a person wouldn't be able to track me by my schedule. Basically, I had to break up any kinds of patterns in my life. I know that doesn't sound like much, but trust me, try planning your entire life around a violent stalker for 3 months. You'll see what it does. The lack of actual control over everything feels like something I said or did might be compromised, or how the toxicity of it seeped into my interpersonal relationships, how it made having any kind of romantic life completely impossible. It doesn't feel so bad at first. The problem is, it creeps up on you. You don't even know the stress is there until one day you wake up to an extremely painful rash on your rib cage. One so painful, you need actual opioid painkillers to deal with stress-induced shingles, my doctor called it, and asked me if I had anything weighing on my mind. The question was so on the nose that I actually laughed a bit before I answered. Thankfully, she never did figure out where I lived that one day. It just kind of stopped. No more following, no more phone calls, no more anything. Apparently, a radio station across town had hired a new guy, and she became fixated on him once I called and gave him a friendly heads up. Basically giving them the same advice my producer gave me. Look, either you deal with us now, or it gets worse and worse until she eventually murders you. And since I don't have the time or the emotional capacity for that, we're going to the cops.
Phoenix Luna grew up in Tokyo's Tochigi Prefecture. He had a difficult upbringing and at one point was forced to live in a youth institution when his father abandoned his family and his mother could not afford to raise him. After graduating middle school, he gained work in the construction industry, but after a few years quit due to personal issues and ended up homeless on the streets of Tokyo. At just 20 years old, he was penniless and impoverished, but being young and good-looking, he managed to find work as a bar host at a joint called Fusion by Youth. For those that don't know, Tokyo's Kabukicho district is home to a number of bars and clubs known as Hatsuto Karubu. These are places where female customers pay for male company, who are known as bar hosts. Male hosts pour drinks for their clients and will often engage in flirtatious conversations. These conversations are generally lighthearted, and hosts tend to have a variety of entertainment skills, ranging from simple magic tricks to the ability to tell engaging stories. A host's age usually ranges from 18 to 27, and they will often take a stage name, usually taken from a favorite manga, film, or historical figure that describes their character or persona, hence why the young man in question is known here as Phoenix Luna, and not by his birth name, which he has kept a closely guarded secret. Men who become hosts are often those who either cannot find a white-collar job or are enticed by the prospect of high earnings through commission. It was these prospects that attracted Luna to the hosting scene, and the job saved him from a life of homelessness and destitution. But it was through his work as a bar host that Luna met a person that would change his life forever, a 21-year-old woman named Yuka Takaoka. Yuka was employed as the manager of a so-called girls' bar, the female equivalent of the kind of place Luna worked at. She worked long hours and found it very difficult to meet men she was actually attracted to, and found herself frequenting host bars since they revolved around a concept she understood all too well. This was how she met Luna, and upon meeting him in October of 2018, she was instantly smitten. Over the next 7 months, she cultivated a kind of relationship with him and became one of his regular customers. Luna made her feel special, often telling her that he liked her and that he wished to be with her. Hosts are generally forbidden from socializing with their clients outside of working hours, but Luna made an exception for Yuka. They often met at Yuka's 5th-floor apartment in Shinjuku Ward, where they shared food and watched movies, and after a few months of doing so, Yuka asked Luna if he would like to pursue an exclusive relationship with her. Luna replied that he would, but was taken aback when one of her conditions for doing so was that he quit hosting and find a regular job. She was adamant that he would have to stop flirting with other women, whether that be in a professional capacity or otherwise. This was something Luna could not adhere to. He enjoyed his work and considered his fellow hosts as a kind of surrogate family. Reluctantly, he was forced to decline Yuka's offer, but told her they could continue to see each other if that was something she wanted. Yuka was heartbroken. She adored Luna and became increasingly depressed as a result of his rejection. This depression morphed into jealousy and thoughts of taking her own life, and eventually, Yuka hatched a plan for the pair to be together forever. On May the 23rd, 2019, Yuka asked Luna to meet her at her apartment to assist with some cleaning work. They agreed to meet at around noon, but due to work commitments, Luna was delayed by around 3 hours. By the time he arrived, he was exhausted and told Yuka that he would like to take a nap before they commenced the cleaning work. Luna took a quick bath and then climbed into bed with Yuka, where he fell asleep in her arms. He awoke a short time later with an intense pain in his stomach. At first, Luna thought he was suffering from stomach cramps after eating bad food, but when he looked down, he saw the bed sheets were soaked with blood. That's when he saw a large kitchen knife buried into his gut, turning to see Yuka standing over him, her eyes wide with feverish anger. Coursing with adrenaline, Luna leapt from the bed and ran from the apartment to escape his obsessive attacker and to seek medical help. But Yuka gave chase. Luna managed to fight her off as they reached the building's elevator, but had lost so much blood by the time he reached the lobby that he collapsed to the floor and passed out. But before he lost consciousness, Luna saw Yuka kneeling over his body. "Please don't kill me," he begged. "I like you." Yuka smiled, and the world went black. Police soon received a call that a man had been stabbed in an apartment complex in Shinjuku. They arrived shortly afterward to find the unconscious Luna with Yuka sitting by his body, covered in his blood and smoking a cigarette. A photograph was taken of this scene, which quickly circulated online, a photograph that is still remarkably easy to obtain via Google image searches. Yuka was quickly arrested, putting up no resistance, and showed absolutely no remorse for her actions. In fact, there is another photograph of Yuka that was taken while she was sitting in the back of the police car after she'd been arrested. A huge, excited smile is etched across her face, which is extremely disturbing given that she had recently almost disemboweled someone she claimed to love so much. When police questioned her motives for the crime, Yuka told them, "Since I loved him so much, I just couldn't help it. I was sad and seeking to die and thought how I would like to go about it, she said. I thought I would kill him because I thought that was how I could be with him. I thought that expressions such as I like you and I'd like to be with you would become a reality if we both die. I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I didn't call emergency services because I intended to end my own life after watching him die from the stabbing. In the aftermath of the stabbing, social media users all over the world fixated over her behavior, especially those with an interest in the Japanese concept of yandere, a name used to describe obsessive, jealous female lovers. Those with an interest in the phenomenon shared Yuka's Instagram account, one where she posted images of her dressed as various anime characters, which attracted all kinds of unsavory male attention from those who idolized her good looks and painfully overlooked her murderous psychopathology. Some even said she was too beautiful to be an attempted murder suspect. Luna had lost so much blood in the incident that it took him 5 whole days to regain consciousness in a nearby hospital. Doctors have him a mere 1 in 5 chance at recovery when he had first arrived, but somehow he had beaten the odds and pulled through after a series of surgeries to repair the catastrophic damage done to his internal organs. At first, I had no voice, so speaking was not possible, and I was bedridden, so I couldn't walk alone for a while, Luna said in a statement to journalists. I also couldn't eat after the incident, and I got quite thin. When I thought back to when I was stabbed and considered what I'd do in the future, I was unable to sleep due to anxiety and fear, and for that I received counseling. Yet bizarrely, despite his near-death experience at the hands of Yuka, Luna stated that he did not hold any ill feeling toward her. I do not hold a grudge. I think there's a reason for her to stab me. It was also thanks to her that I was able to achieve the sales that I did in less than a year since I'd become a host. The incident also had one unexpected result. After Luna arrived at the hospital, police sought to locate one of his blood relatives. I met my older brother and older sister for the first time in 5 years, he said. I'll be very happy to stay in touch with them in the future. I think we can agree that the result is a heartwarming, wholesome end to a frankly terrifying ordeal, and that Luna had showed an extraordinary amount of bravery to return to his job as a bar host. But surely, it is only a matter of time before another girl develops an obsession with him, and we can only hope that it doesn't end in the same terrifying, bloody way. What I'm sharing may not be as serious as many of the other stories I've seen, but one recent incident in particular has led me to think I should reach out to someone for advice. I'm a 24-year-old female that has just lost my job as a personal assistant to a mid-level executive in the fashion industry. My termination came so quickly I was unable to find another job in the same line of work before my rent came due. Desperation drove me to apply for a waitress job at a small family restaurant near my apartment. Despite having no prior history waiting tables, I got the job. I guess the owners were as desperate as I was at that moment. My first shift was on a Monday afternoon, and I soon came to realize I enjoyed the work. Most of the customers were regulars. They were very kind and understanding of my hiccups and tipped well. It didn't take long for me to catch on, and I was allowed to take as many shifts as I wanted. Before I knew it, I'd got my bills paid for the month and even had a little left over for a celebratory bottle of wine. As I write this, I've worked at the restaurant for 3 months and almost every minute on the clock has been a blast. Crazy, right? Yeah, I know it's not a sentence I'd ever expected to say when I agreed to take the job. At first, my intention was to stay only long enough to get another fashion-related job, but finding out I was good at the table waiting thing has greatly increased my self-esteem. Not to mention, the money is good. I can't say I had any complaints about the job until a few weeks ago. On a late Sunday evening, one of the regulars appeared to have formed a crush on me. I wasn't aware of it at the time, or even aware of him until I waited on him the following lunch shift. He had been on an extended vacation, and now that I've met him, I wish he would have stayed where he was. The customer in question is a 64-year-old gentleman who recently retired from the drilling industry. Not exactly my type, I must say, and a bit too old for me. My introduction to him wasn't any more strange than any of the other regulars. However, the way in which he stared at me the entire time made me nervous. Then he left me a $100 tip on a $6.50 tab. My initial reaction was one of joy, but as I dwelled upon it, I became uncomfortable with taking it. His return on that Thursday afternoon escalated my discomfort to an entire new level. I attempted to wait on him, as he was just another customer, but his reasons behind the massive tip soon became obvious. When I took his drink order, he asked me if I appreciated my large tip. This gave me the opportunity to tell him I wasn't comfortable taking a tip that large, but he interrupted me before I had the chance and hinted that I was now beholden to go on a date with him. The idea disarmed me. I wasn't sure that he meant what I thought, but just to be safe, I returned the $100 bill to him. The last thing I wanted to be seen as was some form of prostitute. When he was young, some women who waited tables may have sold themselves, but this girl is no whore. When I handed the bill back to him, a look of shock appeared on his face, soon followed by a big smile. All he could say was, "I've never seen a woman turn down a $100 bill. Now I see how it's gonna be." This reaction confused me. It was exactly the opposite of what I'd hoped for. I expected him to get mad, or at least get that I wasn't for sale. Him thinking I was playing hard to get scared me a little. However, I did consider that maybe I was perhaps misunderstanding what he meant. Our age gap could be making me misconstrue his intentions. It was possible he was only trying to show his appreciation for my services. The remainder of his time in the restaurant that day, I said very little to him, and he met me with his usual fawning gaze. Once he left, a load of relief was lifted from my shoulders. It was short-lived, however, when I returned to the table and saw the $100 bill sitting there. This was beginning to look like some type of game he was playing with me. I had the impression that once I accepted that tip, I would be accepting of much more in his mind. This brings us up to a few days ago, when he was once again seated in my section. Before I could do anything, I had to make it clear that I could not accept that $100 tip. Once again, I handed it back to him and told him that I was in a long-term relationship and could not go out with him, even once. My speech didn't appear to make a dent in his facade. He replied by saying that he had no idea what I was talking about, but as he said it, a sly, childish grin was pasted on his face. I was starting to become angry at the way he was acting and stormed off to get his drink. By the time I made it back, something had very much changed in his demeanor. The usual doting and loving eyes had disappeared and been replaced by a simmering fury I would have never expected to come from him. His grin was no longer there. His face had become expressionless and cold. When I noticed this change, a jolt of fear shot through me. From that point, nothing else was said between us. One thing had not changed, however. When I returned to the table, the $100 bill was sitting there, but it was now joined by a small folded piece of paper. I unfolded it and saw that it was a brief handwritten note. It simply read, "It would benefit you to accept this." A shiver tore through me. I was almost positive he didn't intend this to be friendly. Although it wasn't necessarily threatening sounding, his attitude change gave me the impression it was a helpful hint. The entire predicament has made me confused and unsure of how to move forward. On one hand, the gentleman has not come out and clearly threatened me in any way. Up until our last interaction, he was nothing but happy and kind towards me. He also has never actually claimed to want to go on a date with me. As a matter of fact, he denied that this was his desire when I confronted him about it. To top it all off, I don't know one waitress who would dare turn down a $100 tip and see it as anything other than a show of thanks for good service. When it comes to the change of personality, for all I am aware, something terrible could have occurred while I had gone getting his drink. It may have zero to do with me. On the other, however, his instance that I accept the large tip clearly makes me uncomfortable. He has to be able to see this. Continuing to insist I accept it should be a bad sign. The split-second change in his attitude after I told him I was not interested was more than likely connected, even if it was not. The speed at which he could become so different and the darkness of his eyes would certainly give anyone pause. As if it even needs to be said, putting the tip and the ominously written note together with the very unsettling interaction we had just had, I am of the almost 100% belief that I was being threatened. Nevertheless, even after writing this, I am completely at my wit's end and have no idea of how to proceed. This gentleman is a long-time customer of the restaurant, and up until a few days ago, I've had nothing but positive, if not slightly difficult, interactions with him. Since my grandparents had passed away before I was born, I've spent very little time with people of his age, and I'm afraid I have mistaken harmless flirting with that of a predator. Therefore, I put this to you. What action do you think I should take next? Am I being an oversensitive snowflake, or do you see trouble in my future? Any feedback will be taken into account and considered. I definitely wouldn't be putting myself out like this if I didn't feel I may be in trouble. I need help, and I need it now.